those out there in need. I've got some jobs ready for you. Back. Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you. back. There are others out there in need. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Hello, friendos. Hello, gamers. Welcome back. Obviously, we're not going to have words on stream going right now because there's a big QR code over it and you're not going to be able to read it. But welcome in, guys.
Just resubscribed for 2 months at Tier
Wrath
1.
of War, thank you for the 2 heckin' months. Great way to start off. Wrath of War, you got yourself, if you see right here, 2 different badges. Well, if you stick around for 3 hours, you'll have 3 total. We have the DBD official Pride badge. You also have the one next to it. That's the totem with all little stars on it. And if you watch for 3 hours or more today, you'll get the watch time badge, which is the same totem but without the stars. Thank you so much for that. Guys, we have an exciting stream today. We're raising money for InterPride with Dead by Daylight. And we've got lots of fun rewards and incentives and milestones and things happening today. I'm super excited to be here. I'm super excited to hang out with everybody. I hope that I can convince some people to play some games with me who might otherwise be focused on bingo, Scully, and just get some friends in here too. So it's good to see everyone. True, welcome in. I'm going to, before we get into anything else, pin the donation link at the top for everybody. So
one more.
Donate here for incentives, milestones, and more to
I've got some jobs ready for you.
InterPride with Shana and Dead by
Welcome back.
Daylight. Boom. Let's pin that. Perfect. And then the other thing we want to do before we get moving too far, I want to make sure I don't forget anything, you guys.
Surprise, bitch. I bet you thought you'd
Welcome
seen the last
in, Irk. It's good to see you.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Welcome in. I'm just gonna delete these so I don't have to worry about them. How is everybody? I'm a little all over the place right now because I'm trying to get my life together. But it's good to see you all. You'll notice we have an actual physical wheel behind me. Who are we? I'm excited to be here, though. Science, congrats on that first, by the way. It's so good to see you. If you guys don't know Science, you're missing out on an amazing human. I adore him. And his whole family. Coley, welcome in with that 45 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a Nakey Coley in the chat. Nakey Coley. I just need to let the Pride Guild know that I am live too. So. Just a moment, friends. Hi, Twilight. I love you. Welcome in.
It's good.
It's good
That's
to
why
see
people watch it so many
you.
times.
I love you. Also, I did make some changes to stream as far as like, hopefully it'll fix the pixelation that I'm getting when I play DBD, and it might not be 2K anymore, but I don't know if it really matters. I don't know if anybody cared that stream was 2K. Is the quality still good? Like, is my stream quality still good for you guys? Hopefully it is. Hopefully everything still looks good. I don't know. You guys tell me. You guys tell me, because I want our stream quality to obviously be the best that it can be, but I know that we were having some issues, so I don't know. You guys tell me. You guys tell me. But we should be good to go now. We should be good to go now. So, Leigh, congrats on the 69th. Missy, welcome in. It's good to see you. Zach, welcome in. How are you? How are you? How are you? It's good to see everyone. I'm doing well, Scully. How are you today? How are you today? Jojo, it's good to see you. Welcome in. Mystic, welcome in. It's good to see you as well. Good to see you as well. I hope everybody is amazing today. Hope everyone's amazing. Anna, hello, hello, lovely. Anime, welcome in. All the boba for Anna. Anna's stealing everybody's boba. Anna is stealing everybody's boba today. Oh my goodness. Pause, welcome in. How are you? Hello, hello. We got Scully with a 55 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a Nakey Scully in the chat. A Nakey Scully. Choose some powder. Dio donut holes for my cafe. Ooh, wait. Those actually sound good too. That sounds like something that we need to add to the menu. Sounds like something we need to add to the menu. Thank you, Pause. Thank you, thank you. I was thinking, because one of the things that's on the menu is little tattoo hearts, and I'll be using makeup to do them. I was thinking with the little tattoo hearts, the rainbow in the background would be cute, because I'll be putting them on my face. That was my thought process. That was my thought process here. Was that the rainbow would be a cute background for little tattooed hearts for donations. So we'll see. We'll see how many hearts we end up with on our face. Who knows? Who knows? Thank you, Zach. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. Joe Vane got a job working for Old McDonald's. He's the new CIEIO. Yeah? Yeah, true. True. Go to your room. I need a ba-dum-bum for True and his dad jokes coming in here. True and his dad jokes coming in here. We need a ba-dum-bum sound button. But also, just go to your room, True. Go to your room, True. Okay? Please. Please. I cannot with you. I cannot with you. Honest, welcome in. How are you today? I love you. Hope y'all having a good day. It's been a good day. It's been busy, but it's been good. I hope that you're feeling better today. I hope you're feeling better today. Thank you, Rob. How are you doing today? How you doing? Also, guys, if you're not following one of my best friends, Miss Twyla Verge, I need you to go do that. Go follow one of my best friends right there. I'd do anything for her. I'd do anything for her. I hope you're doing well, Science. It's so good to see you. It's so good to see you. I love you, Twyla. So how about them apples? It looks good to you? It looks fine for you? Looks good? Okay. If anything changes, please let me know. And let me know, too, when we actually get into the game, if we're seeing the same kind of, like, pixelation and the drop in, like, quality that we saw before, or if it's better. Because I'm hoping that what I did fixed that, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm hoping it fixed it. Fingers crossed, right? Fingers crossed. So, a gang of drunken mimes, welcome in. How are you today? How are you today? How many mimes are in the group today, and what you've been drinking? Not my bubba. Listen. It's been stolen. I'm sorry. Cafe's all out of boba now. Missy wants to F around and find out with number 9 already? Already? You got death. I hope you have an incense somewhere to hide. Get to running. Get to running, boo-boo. My internet's been misbehaving a bit since I woke up at 5 a.m. It's finally starting to behave a little bit better. No idea how long that'll last, though. I hope it continues to last. Do you know what's causing it? Do you know what's causing it? I'm so sorry. That's so frustrating. That's so frustrating. Is the watch badge and the sub badge thing, they're slightly different. So I can pull up the big PNGs so you can see what's slightly different about them. Because I had to do both in order to do it, but I didn't want people to feel like they had to subscribe, because I want the charity to be the focus, right? I want the charity to be the focus, but if people want to like collect them all, I wanted to like give a reason to have them and not like them be exactly the same. Does that make sense? So, like, here's the difference if you put them side by side. This is the sub one. It's got all the extra stars, kind of like when you subscribe at tier 3 and your badge has extra stars. And this is the watch time one. So it doesn't have any stars on it. That's the difference. So if you're someone like me who, like, I'm the type of person who would need to collect them all, you know, I would do it for the stars. But I don't want people to feel like they have to, because I want the focus to be on the charity. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. I didn't want it to be like such a massive difference that people are like, oh, I really want, you know, that badge because it's so cool, you know.
It is advised you immediately.
Wrath, thank you so much for the 5 gifted.
Warzed gifted 5 tier 1 subs to the community.
You really
Congratulations to the new guys. Enjoy your stay at Shana's Sunny Meadows.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. If you got a gifted sub, please feel free to say thank you. But if you're, you know, lurking, don't come out of lurk. Don't come out of lurk. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hi, Zambo. Hi, Zambo. Illness-wise, better? Good. I'm glad you're feeling better, Eric. I love you. Guys, if you don't know my Zombo, go get to know my Zombo as well. We love him. Follow my best friend, Shana. She's freaking amazing. No, follow my best friend, Twyla. How about that? I'll fight you to the end of the world. I'll do it, Twyla. I'll do it. Going full lurk for now. I hope everyone enjoys stream. Lurk away, Irk. Lurk away. Hydration station, shoot you. Everybody, please hydrate. Look, like, you can see the water. It's not like this bottle where you can't see the water.
Welcome back.
You can see my water tonight. You can full on see it. Follow both Shana and Twilight. You know what? I'll take that. I'll take that. Sometimes the pixel stuff in some games is compression and stuff doing that, sadly. Yeah, I know. I did some research on it, and I saw some things that could fix it. And I know that, like, Jeffrey said she uses GeForce Now, and it stopped doing it. But, and I had suggested GeForce Now to a few different people for different things. But I can't afford GeForce Now right
gifted
now,
a tier 1 subscription to Gaming with Gracie.
Thank you
Enjoy
for the
your stay
gifted,
at Shana's
Eli.
Sunny Meadows.
Grace, enjoy your subby and your emotes. And Eli, of course, you now have your badges. You now have your badges. So enjoy them. Enjoy them. Eli's collecting them all. You gotta collect them all. Can't drink for a bit because back surgery, but I'm okay, just stiff. I'm glad that you're just stiff and not like feeling too bad, because back surgery can be really intense. It can be really intense, but I'm glad you're doing okay. Glad you're doing okay. No idea what causes it to misbehave. It just does that sometimes. Have you reset your modem and everything recently? Right? Ghosty did such a good job. Ghosty did such a good job with them paws. Just like how you collect Pokemon. Exactly. Exactly. Simper Stupid, welcome in. How are you? Jelly did get partner. We're so proud of hers. We're so proud of hers. She needs to turn it on so we can see her purple badge. Did she? Did she yet? Oh, she did. Okay, I just needed to refresh. I needed to refresh because it wasn't purple for me. It wasn't showing the purple badge for me. Hold on. You know what I'm gonna do? Nobody say anything. Anyway. Gonna get naked to celebrate? You should. You should, zombies. With that 90 stream streak, you guys better close your eyes. There's a naked zombies in the chat. A naked zombies in the chat. Let's go. Let's go. We got a hydration station from Grace. Choo choo. Everybody please hydrate. What is this level 3 hype train? Guys, we don't got a hype train. We don't got a hype train.
Missy_Shadow gifted a tier 1 subscription to the community. Enjoy your stay at Shana's Sunny Meadows.
Raise money for charity.
Ghosts, we have a hype train.
Missy, thank you for the gifted. You're crazy. You didn't have to do that. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. You too sweet. You too sweet. Grace, how are you doing today, beautiful guys? If you don't know my Grace as well, please make sure to go follow her. Please make sure to go follow her. You guys will love Grace very much. It is, I drink water all the time. Literally the only thing I put in this bottle, because I don't want it to like, I don't want this bottle to get messed up at all by like anything getting in the straw portion of it, is water. Witcher, thank you for the biddies. I appreciate you. Flying high, everything makes sense at the moment. Eli, you're so cute. What did you have like something super exciting happen? Do you want to share? Or you don't want to share? That's okay too. That's okay too. That's okay too. Shana's showing her water. Oh my god. Please. Thank you, Witcher. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. Badges. Yeah, they're all so cute, right? Look at the cute little hype train. Look at you guys looking adorable on that little hype train down there. Look at those cutie patooties. Look at those cutie patooties on that hype train. I had a modem fail on me, but was perfectly fine. It was the AC. Oh my god. The AC transformer went bad? What? That's insane. That's insane. That freaking sucks. I'm sorry. How did you find that out? Thank you for banging me. Thank you for banging me. It was good for me. I hope it was good for you. My goodness. That scared me. Just scared me. I won't even lie. I won't even lie. Hi, Cynical. Welcome in. Welcome back. Welcome back. We're probably just going to be on Twitch today just to, like, keep everything more chill because we have so much going on. Does my internet service provider doing maintenance without warning every freaking week and causing my modem to turn off count as no, you have to, like, unplug it and plug it back in to, like, reset it. Turning it off, I don't think counts. You have to, like, fully unplug it. So it's a little funky that way. A little funky. But Lovebug with an 80 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a Nikki Lovebug in the chat. A Nikki Lovebug. At least no migraine currently. I hope you're doing well. I'm glad you have no migraine. I'm glad you have no migraine. We're fighting one off right now. I might have to take some more medicine here shortly, actually. But it'll be good. It'll be good. It'll be good. Missy, you really did scare the crap out of me with that, I hope you know. I jumped so hard in my chair. It's okay. You're not alone. You're not alone, Grace. You're not alone. My goodness. Grace, have you been enjoying Lights Out, by the way? I freaking love it. I freaking love it. We need to play together. Missy wants to F around and find out number 10. The sun. You have all your sanity, which we know is 0, so I'm just saying. I am cooked. I read official Chucky stream and I was so confused. Imagine. Oh my god, that would be insane. No. I mean, I have Chucky makeup. That would be crazy if I got some kind of sponsorship from that makeup and it was like official. I would die. I would die. That'd be amazing. That'd be amazing, Allie. Allie, how are you? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Welcome in. Guys, go follow Allie if you don't know her.
Welcome back.
Go follow her. I'm waiting for my heartbeat to go back down to normal after the bang noise. I know it was scary. You have? It's so fun, right? It's very, like, reminds me a lot of old school DBD, but, like, even scarier with the darkness. I am the darkness. In my house. Don't you boo me. Don't you boo me. Jeffwee! I love you, Jeffwee! Jesus! Let's go follow Jeffrey. Thank you for banging me again, Missy. It was good for me. I hope it was good for you. KP with the 25 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes and make KP in the chat.
Just resubscribed
and
for 6 months at Tier 1. Yay,
Ali.
Shana. Yay, badge.
Thank you for the 6 months. Yes, you have both badges. I think you might have already had the DBD badge, but now you have the Totem Rainbow badge. And if you get that 3-hour watch time, you'll have both versions of it too. So congratulations and thank you so much for that 6 months. I adore you. I adore you. We haven't gotten into games yet tonight though. We're just we've been yapping. We've been yapping so far. That's it. Been expanding my killer taste so I won't be a one-trick pony anymore. I've watched you playing lots of different killers on your stream, Grace. And you heckin' killing it. Literally. See what I did there? I got sanity, but did I really? No. No, you didn't. It was all fake. It was all a lie. I bought that palette so fast, right? Right? It's so good. The Chucky palette is so good. I really want... there's a couple other ones that they have that I really want as well. I think the Ghostface collection looks really good. Oh god, what were the other ones? I'm gonna have to... I literally have one of the Chucky lip kits sitting right here. Because I use them all the time. Let's see, let's look up Glam Light really quick. Because they've got a couple that I really want. Oh my god, the first one I see right now when I open this, apparently they have a new Pepsi collection. That's freaking hilarious. Bepsi? A Bepsi? Oh my god, they have Scooby-Doo. Cute. Hold on. You guys can look with me. This Saw one is one that I saw that I really want. Look at this. They need to work with me. I want to work with this freaking makeup brand so badly. I love them. I love their makeup. I love their makeup so much. And then the Chucky one, I've got everything. They've changed the packaging on this. This is different. The color is even different. They changed the packaging and the color. It's different. I don't have the cases, but I had all the colors. Some of this stuff is new. I don't have the highlighter. No, you look pretty. You look pretty, Jeffrey. How about that? How about that? This looks really pretty. I like this color. I like this color a lot, actually. My God, coffee shop? Ghost Cafe? Come on. Come on. Email me, please. Please. Shana saw the news I dropped in chat. Yes, I did. I read it. And I said I need a ba-dum-bum sound. And also go to your room, True. We're in the internet trenches with all this gunfire. I know. I know. Louise, how are you? Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Asylum, welcome in. How are you today? How are you today? Asmodai, welcome in. It's good to see you. I love Paralives, but given that most of my OCs are mixed race, it is so hard to make them in that game. Fair. Fair. I wish more games had more diversity in them, but they don't. Gifted my hubby a sub to your channel, I think, for my Pride badge. So yay, double badge. Oh, wait, that's actually so cute. I love that. I love that. That works out perfectly. Works out perfectly. Killing it. Yay, killer puns. They're to die for. Please pause. Need the Saw one. Right, Missy? It's so good. It's so good. Not that expensive either. No, like their collections, like when you look at them as a collection and not individual items, they actually are really good deals. They're actually really good deals. Abs, hi, beautiful. It's so good to see you. Guys, if you don't know Abs, please, please, please go show Abs lots of love. Right now. You guys will love Abs. I heckin' promise. I heckin' promise. How are you? It's good to see you. We're just yapping right now. I talk too much, Abs. I talk too much. Welcome in, though. Boops for Shana. Thank you for the boops pause. I need to take some more of my migraine stuff, because if I don't, I feel like I'm gonna suffer later with the lights and stuff. How you doing, Chris? My Prime is connected to my locked Twitch account. I'm so sorry, Cynical. The Prime, unfortunately, doesn't work for the badges. Have you gotten anything back from the support about that, though? Nothing if not stubborn. Paralives actually has more customization diversity than other Sim Life games I've played in the past. Really? That's good to know. I love your Mimikyu. Thank you! Thank you! So this little Mimikyu, it's one of the magnetic ones. So like it has like a little piece that I can put underneath like my clothes and it'll sit under my, like on my shoulder or something like that. It's really cool. I got it at Pokemon Worlds last year. And I love it. I also have, I don't think you can see it right now because the wheel and everything else that I have in the background. But I have a giant Mimikyu. I've got a bunch of Mimikyus. It's one of my favorite Pokemon. So, I love Mimikyu so much. I love Mimikyu. Thank you, though. I have chats in my name. Love to talk. Listen, you know what? That's super valid. That's super valid, honestly. I think it's a streamer thing in general. Like, if you're not talking, like, what are you doing? What are you doing? All the puns, always, always. Telling me to get the Authy verification, of course. Told them already did. Waiting to hear back. I hope they're able to figure it out for you, because honestly, like, it's so frustrating. It's so all the steps that you have to go through to like verify your accounts for things these days can be so frustrating, and I fully understand because like hacking and everything is just, it's out of control. But simultaneously, like when you get locked out, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Absolutely hate talking out loud, yet it's hard to make me shut up and text. Really, I think it's like it's very situational for me. Like, if I'm in a place where I'm comfortable, or I'm talking about a subject that I'm excited about or knowledgeable about. So like when I'm streaming, I yap. But if I'm, for example, in a public space and I'm not like with a good friend, and just like talking with that friend, I don't talk a whole lot. Like, I genuinely am not a talker most of the time. I'm very much like an observer. I like to watch people, and I like to listen, and I like to take things in. But if I'm, like I said, in a situation where I'm very comfortable, or I'm in a situation where I am excited about the subject. So like if you were to ask me about something and I get excited about it, you're going to have a hard time shutting me up about it. You know? My throat hurts if I talk too much out loud, and I lose my voice pretty easily too. That's fair. It's fair. It's how I am too, until you get to know me. Yeah, I think it's part of like the tism for me, probably, honestly. I don't know. I just, once I get going on something, it's hard. It's really hard. I don't know. Not much of a talker either. That's surprising for me, Missy. That's surprising for me. Because, like, you have such an outgoing personality in chat that it surprises me. But, you know, I believe you. I believe you. Same for the excitement thing. Yeah. I don't know. Get me talking about something I'm excited about and you won't shut me up. And I feel bad. Because, like, if I have something I want to say and somebody else is talking, I try so hard not to, like, interrupt or cut them off. And I realize that sometimes I do unintentionally, because whatever it is that's on my mind that I have to say, I gotta get it out. And it's like, if I don't get it out, it's gonna explode and it's gonna kill me. And I will die if it doesn't come out of my mouth. And then I feel bad because it fully cut somebody else off or fully interrupted them. And I'm like, Shana, you bitch. Why are you such a bitch? I always say streaming has given me the skill to talk to a wall. It truly will. It truly will, Abs. It truly will. But, I mean, it's a good skill to have. It's a good skill to have. If someone got me on the subject of wolves, then I can talk for like 3 hours nonstop. Oh my god. Honest, we used to have, and I'm so sad, there's like a whole string of things that happened that led to it, unfortunately, being shut down, we used to have this wolf preservation here that was like about an hour and a half or 2 hours away from where I live. And I went there years ago one time, and it was one of the most incredible experiences of my life. Like, because they would rescue and rehabilitate and help like wolf populations. But the wolves that they had there, they had these like massive enclosures, right? And you could sign up and do guided tours and actually go into the enclosures with these wolves. And you could pay a whole heckin' lot of money and go on like these private tours. I didn't have the money for that. But it was a lot cheaper to do a tour where it was like, you could have 50 people, which, I mean, is not an intimate experience at all. But when I did it, I got so lucky because we did like I think it was like New Year's Day or somewhere around New Year's Day. And it just so happened the day that we chose, the weather ended up being kind of nasty. And it was also pretty chilly, especially for Florida. And because it was bad weather, like 90% of the people who had signed up canceled. And so we had less than 10 people in our group. And because there were so few people, the wolves were very interested in us. And on top of that, it was colder. And when it's colder, the wolves are more active. So we weren't allowed to like bring our own cameras or like anything in, like no phones, because they want you to buy their photos, because the money goes back into the sanctuary, right? But you could bring in a disposable camera or something like that. And there was this one area that we went to in the enclosures where they had to build legally these dens for the wolves. And it's funny because apparently the wolves don't even use them, but it's part of like the legal, you know, system of keeping them here in Florida. And because the wolves are essentially like giant dogs, have gotten the wolves to where they can kind of coerce them to go stand on top of these dens, and then you know, the people who are there can go stand in front of it and they can take your picture, and then they can sell you the picture.
The Greek consent. Darling, it's a very, very good thing that they didn't let you in with the wolves. Purely for their safety. Because you might be a little too fierce for them. Of course they were interested in you. They know a famous celebrity when they see one.
I am not famous, Claw. You're crazy, but thank you. I love your face, Claw. But they were letting us go up in like our little groups. So it was me and like my boyfriend at the time, and then a family. And that was essentially it. Well, the family went to go get their photo with these wolves, and they were standing underneath the den, and one of the guys had a hat on, and this wolf was standing above this man with his hat on, and I'm standing back watching, and the wolf is staring at this man's hat, and next thing you know, you watch his teeth grab the man's hat by its bill and yank it off, and the wolf just went running, and all of the employees were like, and the man was just like, like he looked mortified because that wolf and his snout and his teeth were right in his face when he did this, right? And I'm cracking up, dying laughing, right? And one employee goes chasing after the wolf, and another employee is like, so how much do you care about that hat? Because I don't know that you're gonna get it back. Like, the wolf was just like, this is mine now. Like, mine, I want this. He didn't get his hat back. The wolf just took off with it and was gone. Just gone into the forest enclosure. Because these enclosures, when I say they're like enclosures, it's not like small, like they're massive and have like little small forests in them. Like, they were massive. But it was so cool going into the different ones, because the wolves, the ones that were interested in us, they would come up to us, and you would have to just like stand there and let them approach you, and then they would like sniff you and rub themselves on you, and some of them like were so friendly and so interested in you, and we got to like sit around and listen to the employees like tell stories and learn about the wolves and like their history and, you know, some science stuff, and then also, you know, what's kind of happened to them from like an ecological standpoint. And it was really cool. They also had like a different area that had like small animals, so we got to hold some skunks that had been rescued, and I have a picture of an Arctic fox on my back because we went into this enclosure with Arctic foxes, and it was so cute. It was so cute because this little Arctic fox had like climbed up a branch, right? And I walked over to look at it, and I was so excited because I love foxes. The foxes are one of my favorite animals, and I was so happy to see these foxes. And next thing I know, this fox is like looking at me just as excited as I'm looking at it, and it jumps on me, and I was like, and I'm standing there with this fox like on my like shoulder / back, and I was like, oh my god, I have a friend, like, we're one, like, it's coming home with me, like, I've always wanted one, we get to go now. Like, I was just so excited. I was so excited. It was just such an incredible experience. And I have a photo of that fox on my back somewhere, but I'm so sad this place ended up like shutting down because of some stupid like people, basically stupid, uneducated ass people is really what it comes down to. But it was so good. It was so good. Such a cool experience. Anyway, I just went on like I don't even know how long rant. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm the same sometimes with Discords. I either talk or chat or just lock up altogether. No, that's fair. I tend to be really quiet in Discords, even my own sometimes. I'm sorry, guys. Tend to message too much and messed up a possible date. Oh no, mainly shy, but once a conversation is going, I don't shut up. Then I'm overdoing it after the fact. That's fair. Also, hydration station choo choo from Asmodai. Thank you. Oh, Missy, you're so sweet. I'm glad you instantly vibed here. We appreciate you, and we love you. We love you. I love wolves so freaking much. My username is totally subtle about that. What? You love wolves? Honest wolves? No way. I thought you were like more of a cat person or something. Just stopping on mobile to say Shana is a baddie. Pass it on. Know you identity. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing amazing today. I hope you're doing amazing today. Identity, did you see that Jelly got partner? Did you see Jelly got partner? Legally counts as a shelter if they use it or not. Exactly. Exactly. I think that's exactly what it was. They have to have a shelter, and so they had to build them these dens, even if they don't use them. Danny, hi. It's good to see you as well. Welcome in. Welcome in. Sounds like that Wolfie wanted to play chase. Yeah. I love wolves. I'd love a wolfhound. Ooh, that would be a fun dog to have. Wolf dogs are cool, but can be skittish. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, validly so, honestly. Closest thing to a wolf is a shepherd, basically. I know. I've had people ask if vodka has wolf in her, and I'm like, no, she's just a German shepherd. Wolves, I know. They're so good. They're so good. Jackie, also welcome in. Skunk, fox. I know. So many animals. So many animals. Foxes are adorbs. They are. They are. I love them so much. Kitsune. Yeah. Yeah. They chirp too. They do. The noises that foxes make, it's just so stinking cute. Shana, literally, I've been chosen. That's how I felt. That's how I felt. I can't with stupid people. I know. And it's literally just a lack of education and knowledge and the lack of desire to want to learn on top of that. So like they don't have the education, they don't have the knowledge, and coupled with that, they don't want to learn. So there's not going to be any growth or change because they don't want to, you know? I'd die for a pet finnick fox. Same. I either lurk on Discord or just forget about them. That's fair. One year when my birthday gift was going to be visiting a wolf preservation, ended up getting sick, so that plan went kaput. I don't know if that wolf preserve even still exists. Yeah, I was going to, this past year, actually, try and do something with the wolf preserve that I was just talking about. I wanted to try and see if they wanted to partner together in some way, and I could go out there, and even if I couldn't live stream from there, maybe make a YouTube video and do some kind of tour and interviews, and then try and raise some money and maybe do like a regular stream or something. And then I found out everything that was going on, and I had no idea about it, and that they were shutting down, and I was very, very unhappy about it. But at that point, like, there wasn't anything I could do. So, I used to follow a rescue down in Florida on Facebook. Not sure what happened. They did squirrels, raccoons, and other things. I love that. I love that. So happy for her. I know. Feel safe in your Discord, VC. That's why I hang out in it. I appreciate that. Do you know about the Gen 6 Pokemon, Shana? I think you could do this as a cool cosplay of Delphox. Let me look it up. I don't know that one. I say welcome in, Ghosty. I love you. Delphox. Wait, that's so cute. Is this an evolution of another Pokemon? Because it looks like one. Oh my god, it's so stinking cute. Evolves from Braixen. Oh, this isn't the one that I was thinking it evolved from. But Braixen is cute too. Ah, but Braixen evolves from Finnegan, which is the which is the one that I was thinking of. So okay, okay, yes, okay, I know this Pokemon line. Then Okay. 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 Just had to get to the beginning.
Welcome back.
Stupid people fail to realize that predator creatures like wolves are literally needed, yes, to help control the population of prey creatures like deer and keep nature balanced. Yes. And it drives me crazy that there are literal competitions happening to this day for people for hunting wolves in areas where those wolves are endangered. Why? Why? It's so unnecessary. It's so unnecessary.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Well, Ghosty, you gotta knock that off. Fire starter. It's really cute. It's really heckin' cute. Welcome in, everyone. Get those cafe woodies. Bad, welcome in. Lost count of how many effing petitions I signed to stop that. Not a single one made a difference. I try and sign petitions and stuff. I don't know how much they really do. Definitely, you know, I think contacting politicians directly probably has more of an impact if we can. I don't know, though. Yes, you got exciting news, Ghosty? You saved on your car insurance by switching to Geico? Yeah? Haven't played any of the Zelda games. The Zelda games are really cool. Alright, I'm gonna go through really quick with you guys as well. Before we get into games. Let's go through our incentives and our milestones for our charity. Let's go! Okay, I'm excited, Ghosty. I'm excited. Okay. I'm excited. Okay. I was canoeing the Boundary Waters in Minnesota, and one morning we were sitting in our camp and had a pack of wolves come down to the lake on the opposite side. It was one of the coolest things to see. I love that. I love that. That sounds really cool. That sounds really cool. So, let's take a look. So, when you go... Oh, this still has my Ko-Fi stuff on it. Hold on, let me take that off. Oopsies. When you go here, this is our campaign link, right? It shows everything. We have €500 goal. I just kind of made it 1-to-1. I know it's not exactly the same as dollars, but you know, close enough. Close enough. Honestly, that is genuinely such a cool experience, though. 21 Dad, such a cool experience to see that in the wild. Sorry, I'm just still thinking about it. Our first milestone at €50. You guys get to tweet for me and we'll do a giveaway code. So that's at €50. At €100, I'll reverse my headphones for a round, which you guys know is gonna effing kill me. And we'll do giveaway codes. Boundary Waters are a magical place to visit. You know, I'm gonna have to note that down because I love traveling. It's gonna have to be somewhere that I go. Gonna have to be somewhere that I go. It'll have to. For some reason, the $200 or 200 is not on here. I'm gonna have to fix that. I don't know why it's not here, but 200 is supposed to be customs with me. And I'm gonna start as killer, but depending on how many we do, we can all take turns, plus giveaways. 300 blindfolded, which will probably be mostly me just closing my eyes because I don't actually have a blindfold, or I can put a beanie on and pull it over my eyes. And Nepo is gonna direct me, plus giveaways. 400, I'm gonna mute my game audio and turn our music way up, plus giveaways. 500, we're gonna play hide and seek. So this will be another like customs mode. Nepo is gonna play Myers, which if you know, Myers is my biggest fear. And we're gonna do a hide and seek mode. I'm terrified for this. We can do more than one as well. We can maybe let a few of you, Jeffrey, play Myers and terrify me too, if you'd like. Some of the donations that you guys can make, you can just donate if you'd like. If you don't want to choose a reward, you don't have to. But if you'd like to choose a reward, you can. Discord role only. So we're going to have a special Discord role if you're in the Discord. Basically showing that you made a donation to this special event. Choose my fit. So depending on whether I'm playing killer or survivor, if you made a donation and you chose this, you get to choose from my skins that I have on the next game coming up. Anybody who makes a €5 or more donation, you get this regardless. So if you only want this, choose this. But if you make 5 or more, you're going to get this regardless. So don't worry about adding this on top of it. But you get your name and a sticker in my little in my handbook for the recently deceased. This bad boy here. You're going to get your name in here with a sticker. And it's a DVD sticker. So that'll be fun. Then we have choose my killer or survivor. You get to choose who I play. This is for choosing my perks. You can also choose random perks, or you can choose no perks. You can make me be naked. And this includes choosing my item and my add-ons if you'd like. You don't have to, but if you want to, you can. Tattoo heart. So I will put a little tattoo heart on my face with this one. Just for you. Just for you. Change my Steam name. This is for a minimum of 3 rounds. Or until somebody else changes it. So, if it lasts more than 3 rounds, great. Could be till the end of the night. But it is a minimum of 3 rounds. But you can change my Steam name. I do have the ability to say, it's way too inappropriate. Please choose something else. But pretty much anything is on the table. Just don't make it, trash. That's pretty much it. Spin the wheel, chaos mode. We have, if you saw behind me, dun dun dun, a physical wheel. On our physical wheel, we have a PUP for vodka. Cowboy, welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. You got ice cream. Did you get some for me? My friend of 10 years told me about a mama polar bear who took a video camera that a National Geographic person left alone for less than a minute, and she recorded a pup herself. Wait, that's so
just
cute.
rated with 4 views.
Guys, if you're not already following Cowboy, take the button that's the top of your screen, hug it real tight. Go show my Cowboy lots of love. My false Cowboy, but my Cowboy. You guys will love him. It's good to see you, Cowboy. How are you today? Cowboy, if you want to play some games with me tonight, I hope you know you're more than welcome to. I love your face. How are you? How are you? Eli, welcome in. I'll get those in a minute, cause I'll get those in a minute. We're just going over the rewards and everything everybody can do for charity and the milestones and stuff. I still need to add the 200 euro one. I don't know why it's not showing up, but I'll fix it. We're going over the wheel. We got a physical wheel now. We have a VODKA, PUP, CUPs on here. A spicy bean, shot collar, and bean boozle. And then we also have on here secret sabotage, where if I spin that, if we're on Survivor, I sandbag my teammates. I just basically try and make the game difficult for them. And they don't know. Until it's happening. So there's that. There's that. There's that. Yeah. So that's the spin the wheel chaos mode. We also have, you can intentionally choose for me to sandbag my duo or my friends. So you can choose that if you'd like. That's an option. Anna wants to F around and find out what number 4. You got the devil. Maybe a little red light event. Every time the camera would fall, she'd pick it up and set it up again. Wait. That's so cute. Cowboy with a 45 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a Nikki Cowboy in the chat. A Nikki Cowboy. We blind? Is it because Cowboy? Not supposed to do the blind challenge. Cowboy. Thanks a lot. Wow.
Stop calling you that. Demons.
Wow, you guys.
No, I just want to talk to the demons.
Poor Cowboy. Poor Cowboy. You guys making me choose Cowboy's side here? Dang. Dang. What is this? What is this? Let me fix this, because it didn't add the 200. There we go. Oh, thank you for licking. Very nice. Very good. And then we have play on controller for a round, which we know, we already know, is going to be tragic for me and for my teammates. So we have all of these options that you can choose, you can combine, you can do by themselves. The only ones I say, don't combine them unless you're just trying to up your total for some reason, would be the Discord role and the name plus sticker and notebook, because this one you get with anything that's over 5, and this one you get anything that's over 1. Regardless.
Looks like there are others out there.
Regardless, right? Also, did it add the... Okay, it added the 200. Good, good, good. Good, good, good. Okay. Alright, so all of the goals have been added. Up to 500. Beautiful. Love to see it. Alright. questions, comments, concerns? Blind plus controller. Fun combo, perhaps. That'll be awful. Tragic. Anything for charity, though. Anything for charity. I pulled your card. You got the devil. You got the devil, Anna. You normally play DPD with a controller? I do not, though. I play with mouse and keyboard, so... And the next year, if I get a chance, I'm gonna make you another set made out of wood. Ooh! Of cards? That sounds really cool. That sounds really cool. Vodka, you want some snackies? Oh. This is in the way. Move her. Vodka, can get some snackies.
I've got some jobs ready for
Where
you.
was that? I don't know, but I pulled it. You got the devil. Purple, welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you. Oops, I almost dropped her snackies. All right. So we're going to get the game party started. I looked for you, cowboy. I looked. Listen, I wasn't blinded. Even though I'm sure your booty was very white. Leigh wins at front of number 7, 4, 5, 6, 7. You got the tower. Ghost should have interacted with something. Maybe it didn't. The link to donate is pinned at the top of chat, but you can do ! Tiltify to pull it up as well. We're gonna get this party started. Some games. I can start with Killer, but if Cowboy wants to play, we can do some Survivor instead. I don't know if Cowboy wants to play or not, though. I don't know. Game party? What do you mean? The delay reply said it all. What do you mean? Purple's hot. Pass it on. My mouse and keyboard exist in my desk. I only use them when needed. Desk is higher than my chair. Can't raise my chair. Use my controller since it's not comfortable. That's so fair. That's so fair. Did we just get a dono? Oh my gosh. Amber the Wambler. Oh my god, Amber is hot. Pass it on. Pass it on. Amber, I love you. I love you. Amber, thank you so much for the dono. Amber is getting 2 tattoos and a sticker in the notebook. You got it, Amber. You got it. Guys, go follow my Amber if you've not already. Go follow my Amber. I love my Amber. I'd do anything for her. I'm just putting that out there. I'm just putting that out there. Let me grab my little sticker box. Uh-oh. Yeah. Yeah. I mean it, Amber. I mean it, Amber. Oh. Okay. I thought something got knocked over. It did not. It did not. We're good. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Everything is awesome. You gotta go to bed soon? Okay, no worries, Cowboy. I know it's a work night. I know it's a work night. I hope you had a good stream. I'm excited to play with you tomorrow. let's see. Can you play? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Ghosty. We can do some Survivor to start with. I feel like Amber needs this sticker because Amber's hot and Huntress is hot. Purple's definitely hot. Pass it on. Work at 5 a.m., but it's only a couple hours, so I'm going to stay up tonight. Do you want to play, Leigh? Missy, thank you for the dono. I'm guessing that was for a sticker. We can definitely do that. Yeah, load up, load up. Okay. I gotta see when Jungly is gonna be ready to play too, because he's gonna be joining us at some point. Amber. The Rambler is hot. Hehe. Amber! Come on, focus. Look at your sticker. Oh my gosh. Look at the hot Huntress. Oh my god, will it show, or is it just gonna reflect? There we go. There we go. She's so hot.
Looks like there are
She's
others
so
out there
hot.
in need.
Exactly. Stun me, baby. Stun me, baby. What do you mean you don't know about that one now? Let's see what sticker Missy gets. I'm gonna close my eyes and choose a random one in the sticker pack. Oh, Missy also got a Huntress. I just wanted to donate even though I need to save. Well, you're going to get this anyway. And you're also going to get a Discord role if you're in the Discord, so. Hi, Cammy. How are you? Can somebody give Cammy a shout out for me? What you up to tonight, Cammy? Statistically speaking, anyone that hangs out with Shana is in fact hot. You know what? I can agree with that completely. I can agree with that completely. We have Missy. Shadow. Missy, you also got a Huntress sticker. She's so cute. So cute. Playing Jackbox with some pals tonight? Nice. Which one are you playing? Jackbox is a lot of fun. Jackbox is a lot of fun. I know what you look like, Leigh. So how about them apples? How about them apples, Leigh? 7? Ooh, that's a good one. What's your favorite Jackbox game? Alright, we gotta do some tattoo hearts as well. Where'd my little mirror go? What color? Let's see. Hopefully all these pens work. Let's see. Let's do a little hollow one. Haven't played too many of them. I love Trivia Murder Party is my favorite. It's my favorite. I love Trivia Murder Party. It's so good. I'll put Amber's first heart right on my cheek here. I think I need to put some black underneath this for it to show up better. Hold on. Easy fix, easy fix. Trivia Murder Party is so good. Anybody else who plays Jackbox? What's your favorite? Thank you for the hydrate. Hydration station choo choo. Everybody please hydrate. There's one heart. Put Amber's hearts right beside each other. Fill that one in a different color. Quiplash and Joke Boat are both fun too. Yeah, they are. Have you done the dating one yet? The dating one's a lot of fun too. If you haven't.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
TR. Oh, you know what? This is going to be backwards. Oops. Well, it's the right way for me. Thank you, Hillary. Little hollow center on these, or this one anyway. What color should I do the center of the other one? Hi, blood. How are you today? Cute. Hi, Guy. How are you today? Maybe we'll do the center of the other one. Blue. Can't complain. That's good. What shenanigans you out causing today, blood? Anything exciting? All right. Yeah. Little hearts for Amber the Rambler. I might have to make the ATR a little darker later. It works for now, though. Do you like horror? Do I like horror? Do I like horror? I love horror. Love horror.
Looks like there are others out there in need.
I love horror. A drawful's a fun one, yeah. Mihi's a cutie. I love you, Mihi. How are you? How are you? How are you? Welcome in. Alright, let's start with some lights out. Ghosty's getting in here. Whoop! Alright, that's fine. We don't have any kind of sabos on us quite yet, so we're good. Nothing super exciting lately. Watching a lot of anime with your partner. Listen, nothing wrong with that. What anime you been watching? Thank you for the Silent Hill. Silent Hill. Silent Hill.
Invite me. On the pond.
Okay.
I just need to put
Great game. I agree. I agree. Do you have a favorite horror game, guy? I love being horde to hurt. Wow, Missy. Wow. How you doing, Dakota? Welcome in. Finished catching up with Chainsaw Man. No, we're on to JJK, but before those, we finished Attack on Titan and Demon Slayer. Ooh, I love Demon Slayer. Ah, we have a new code. Entity Love for All. Alright, let's add that to our list of codes. Alright, so if you haven't used them, here's your list of DVD codes right now. If you haven't used them. Let me use that one. Entity Love for All.
It is advised you immediately.
Dakota! Dakota, thank you for
Dakota
those 5
2000 gifted
You
5
now
tier 1 subs to the community. Congratulations to the new guests. Enjoy your stay at Shana's Sunny Meadows.
Badge. Our spicy totem badge with the rainbow. And the stars. It's a little slight upgrade from the watch time badge, but... The crow code is still open to... Oh my god, there's so many other codes. So many other codes. I've got them, a lot of them listed in Discord, but those are the special ones for the Into the Rainbow, if you haven't used them. If you haven't used them. Thank you so much, Dakota. Thank you so much. And we're already at 40 euros. I gotta say euros, not dollars. Gotta remember. Euros. For our Into the Rainbow goal, which is crazy. Spicy like them types of no, I mean no, what? What? I'm in purgatory? Oh, okay. 10 more and you guys get to tweet for me. Why you laughing, Missy? You crazy bean. Crazy? for us today too for a while because it got extremely busy. Ran out of beef that was prepared. Almost every order had beef. Oh my god. I mean, yeah. Yeah. I remember Taco Bell here running out of their taco meat before. And my family not being happy about it. I didn't care. I don't eat it. I was fine. I just eat beans. But spices, like the types of smut not listen. Exactly. Oh, did we start bingo?
I just didn't have my glasses on, so I got my glasses on too.
Oh, that's good. We can start bingo, DBD bingo. So people can play some bingo.
It's twins, and that's terrifying.
That is kind of terrifying, I'm not gonna lie.
Where am I? Okay.
I will get your F around and find out in a moment, Dakota. Grab those bingo cards, guys, so you can play along.
I already ran into the killer. I'm so smart.
You're doing great things, Ben.
Found the killer before the killer could find me.
All part of your plan. What? Did we just get another dono? We got the 50 euro milestone and the 100 euro milestone. That's crazy. Thank you so much for your donation. Woo! Jade, thank you so much. Oh God. That was so hard. Not being able to see the bar. Oh my God. Big Joe, thank you for banging me. It was good for me. I hope it was good for you. Jade, thank you so much. We'll get you in the book. Here in a moment, because regardless of the fact that you didn't choose any rewards, you're going to get put in the book. I appreciate you. Can you heal me? Thank you. Oh, he's behind you, Leigh. Where are you, Ghosty? I need heals.
I'm at Gallows.
Okay, I'll come to Gallows. Hi, Freedom. How are you?
It's more likely they'll jump on me from the cycle than you.
Thank you. Guys, go follow Freedom if you haven't. How are you doing tonight, Jade? It's good to see you. Oh.
You know what? I almost completely dodged that.
I'm gonna go back up there if they're on you.
You know what? I think they just left.
Let me heal you then. Come here.
They picked up Leigh. Yeah? That was some great healing you did.
What? You know, I wanted to heal you, but the game wanted me to work on the generator.
You must be a worker. That's what it said. You gotta be the worker bee. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have to charge my phone. Have a good night, everyone. Have a good night, Asylum.
She's standing in the middle of the road. Kind of close to. Never mind. Leigh could probably get himself off.
That was a vault spot. Interesting. Which one? The one from Gallows? It's so hard trying to do that with the baby and like not being able to see the bar. Up the stairs at the gym with the hanging. Yeah, that's the Gallows. That is a vault spot. So that's actually that spot right there where you vault from, in my opinion, tends to be a lot safer oftentimes than trying to jump off the edge on the other side of it, because a lot of times what you can do if you have like a normal killer is you kind of fake like you're gonna vault or jump off the edge, and instead you go and you vault off the other side. Because you're gonna have a stutter either way, but you want to try and buy yourself as much time as you can, right? Yeah, definitely test it out. Did we say we finished this one?
Okay, she took him away from me. Apparently, I'm not babysitting anymore.
You're not babysitting anymore.
My fees are too high for her.
Oh, you charge too much?
Yeah. I ain't watching him for free. He's a demon.
Try and finish this gen she was standing next to. Oh, she's coming after me. I'll try not to run the same way as you.
Swipe back around from the gen.
I would have liked to go to main, but unfortunately, that's not the direction I was able to run. She's picking me. Watching architecture videos today, and one of them made my brain go vroom. You got some inspiration, Jade?
I was gonna say no heals.
As long as our team makes it out. No! Leigh down. Alright. What stickers Jade gonna get? Oh my god, everybody's getting a Huntress sticker. Oh, don't call all those. We're not gonna necessarily just do lights out. There's a chance we'll have to do some other regular games too, depending on people and them choosing
I hope they're still going, so I don't know who's doing it.
stuff for charity. So sorry. Because if anybody chooses like a choose my perks thing, we'll have to do like a regular game, which is fine. Yeah, Victor. He's the little guy, the little twin. He definitely has an iron grip. He's a strong boy.
Well, the game is just lagging.
Oh, you're
connected.
You're lagging.
I can
No,
take a
our
chance
teammate was.
He disconnected as he left.
Yeah, I think he crashed.
Oh no, poor guy. That sucks.
Leigh, why are you coming back? There's no chance.
I did indeed get a reroll of the D20. Let's go.
She's like standing right in front of me.
Jade. Salamander.
I tried to take the hit.
Crawl, Leigh, crawl.
Should I just get out so you can try and get Hatch, maybe?
Yeah, you might be able to. Hatch might spawn near you, you never know.
She's coming back for you.
Oh, you're stuck. You're stuck on the stair. Okay. I didn't know you couldn't climb up that stair when you're down. Xmas of 2020, my older sister got me some D&D dice as a gift, even though I don't play, and then somehow they got lost about a year later. I still haven't found them though. Oh, I hear it! To your right! To your right! To your right! I hope you do, because D&D dice are so cool. Let's go! GG's! 3 out. Let's go. Even though Shane accidentally DC'd. It's fine. It's fine. Is the game volume good, you guys, or do I need to turn it up, down, left, right? You know. You love the dice. They were black and purple. Oh, cool. It sounds good. Okay. Here's your sticker, Jade. Look at Hunty. Look at Hunty. She's so cute. Okay, so we hit 2 different milestones, which is insane. You guys are crazy already. So we need to do a giveaway code, and you guys get to tweet for me. We need to do 2 giveaway codes, and you guys get to tweet for me, actually. Let's see. Is left, right, A, B? Sure. Sure. Let's see. We'll do... We'll save the base game for later. Which outfit should we give away first? Orella Rose's Raver's Anguish, Orella Rose's Beachside Emergency, David King's Night on the Town, or Susie's Angsty Artist? I think maybe one of the Orella. Nepo, no you. No you. I love you.
Umbrella.
Let's give away... Let's give away an Orella. So, let's do this by drop.
Looks like there are others out there in need.
Can I pull up her skin? Let's see. Survivor. Orella Rose. Customization. Okay. So.
Welcome back.
If you want to win Orella's outfit right now, we're going to do a drop. So I'm going to put us in the drop seat. Actually, can we drop on the dance party? I think we can. Yeah. Go ahead, exclamation point drop plus your favorite emote. Exclamation point drop plus your favorite emote right now. Land in the pot with your highest score. And you can win Orella's outfit. I'll show you which one it is.
This cannot possibly be real.
You have until the song's over. Let me see your favorite
Shana
dance
has
emotes
rigged
in the
bingo
chat.
or drops again.
I
Ignore
rigged
the
nothing.
lies. Shana runs an illegal underground bingo and drops rigging ring. You know we had to do it to him.
I feel like you should have showed it before you entered.
No, I'll show it now. It's right here. This is the one you can win if you land in the center. I know Day has a high score of 78 if you guys want to keep dropping. Can you beat 78? I'm glad you're doing well today, Racer. It's good to see you. And Nemo too. Dave with a 120 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes and Nikki Dave in the chat. Witch tits and ghost balls. Look at those dance emotes from JoJo.
Have clearance, Clarence.
Roger, Roger. What's our vector, Victor?
Howard radio clearance over.
How you doing, Dave? All right, I'm going to reset the drop one more time. Day's still got the high score, though. We'll let Sylvan finish dropping. Is Sylvan going to make it? Sylvan's got a 20. Song's almost over. One last drop. All right. Day is our winner of our first code. Our second code is for Aurella's Beachside Emergency. Beachside Emergency. Day, let me send you this code. Hold on. Her beach outfit. Whisper. There you go, Day. That should work for you. Put another song on. Get to dropping, friendos, and dancing. Beachside Emergency. Dakota with a 64 in the pot right now. Let me see. Beachside Emergency. I don't think I have this one. I do not, but I can show you guys. All right, so Dakota has a 64. I'm gonna pop over. This is the fit that you can get if you land in the center of the pot. I know, Ghosty, but we're a little disorganized. I'm sorry. This is how it's going. Look at that. That's so cute. All right. You can drop again. Dakota's got a 64. Can you beat a 64? Dakota, you are allowed to drop again, by the way. Leigh was going to go straight down, but got bumped. Yeah. Oh, song's almost over. It looks like Dakota is our winner. Congratulations. Congratulations, Dakota. Here's your code for that beachside fit. And those are our 2 codes that we're giving away right now. We have more to give away later. So don't worry. As we hit our goals, we will give away more. Bing. All right. Beautiful. Beautiful. So, the other things that we hit for the milestones were... You guys get to tweet for me, and I have to reverse my headphones for a round. So, the tweet for me... You guys have done this before. How many words per person should we do this time? Should we do 2? Should we do 3? What do you guys think? Three? Three? 11. All right, we'll do 3. So the way this works, guys, is this. I'm gonna read chat. Whatever you put in chat, up to 3 words, becomes my tweet. So for example, this is just an example, right? Day wrote lucky number 11. So this would be lucky number 11. And then we have Missy, 11, 12. And then if somebody wrote something else next, it would be the next 3 words. And then the next 3 words. And then the next 3 words. So on and so forth. If there were more than 3 words in somebody's sentence, so like if someone said like, I went to the store, it would just be I went to. And I would have to cut it off there. Okay? So that's how this is gonna work. That's ridiculously. And we go until I run out of characters. We go until I run out of characters. So. And I hear we got another donation. From Dakota and Hillary. Thank you guys for your donos. Thank you guys for your donos. You guys are crazy. Crazy. We're $10 away from our 10 euros from our 200 euro. Gosh, milestone. All right. Are you guys ready? We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The tweet is starting now. Fortnite Battle Pass. Really? Really, Leigh? Shana is hot. Oh, why? Why? Fortnite Battle Pass, Shana is hot. This... That's not what the... Vodka is the... You know what? This is the direction. Vodka is bestest. I like that. Shana is life. And smart, talented. You guys are insane. I am just gonna copy and paste that. Because... Honest what? Why are we writing backwards? Scooby-Doo. Is that because of last night? Is that because of last night? Ruh-roh, Raggy. Follow Shana. Or... monkey face. Oh. That's how that copies when I try and copy the monkey face emoji. I guess I'll just do this. Yes. Fruitful and joyful. Lol. Eating hymen. What? Ghosty is daddy. Great streams always. Woozer. Yes. Anyone that can sub to Shana, like, and subscribe. Oh, we're out of characters. That's it. No coochie time. No coochie time, Grace. You were a little late for the coochie time. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That's it. That's where it ends. Maybe next time. There you go. You guys are unhinged every time. Every time. There you go, guys. Your work right there. Absolutely unhinged. That, you know, it could have been a lot worse. You're right. You're right, Day. But still unhinged. Everyone's gonna think I've lost my marbles. Oh, I know. I know, Honest. I know. I know. I didn't say I was innocent this time, unlike last time. That's true. I remember that. I remember that. Or you've ascended. You know, maybe. Possibly. It's definitely possible. It's definitely possible. Alright, we gotta get Dakota in the book. We gotta get Hillary in the book. For sure. Thank you guys so much. You guys are so kind. You guys are so kind. I appreciate both of you. And Hillary wants a tattoo heart as well. You got it. You got it. Day, thank you for the gifted. Thank you, thank you.
Deeple Writing gifted a tier 1 subscription to the community. Enjoy your stay at Shana's Sunny Meadows.
Should I go ahead and like flip my headphones around now so that way I just get used to the feeling? It's more than a feeling. They know you're famous, hot, smart, talented, great stream. Grace, you're on one. You're on one. I don't know what you're on, but you're on one. That's for sure. That's for sure. What you up to tonight, Grace? Thank you so much, Dave. You're too kind. You're too kind. Alright, Dakota. What sticker are you gonna get? Oh, Dakota also got a Huntress and a Trickster. I spell what I'm saying out at McDonald's and it confuses them for a moment. I love that for you. Hurting? Oh no, I'm sorry you're hurting. Is it the pots? Hal, welcome in! Welcome in, Raiders. How are you? I hope you feel better, Grace. I'm sorry. Guys, if you're not already following House Psionics, there's a button popping up at the top of your screen that you need to go hug right now.
House Psionics just raided with 43 viewers.
To do so. So why would you not?
Babby Janash just resubscribed for
how
31
was your
months
stream?
at Dear
Tell
One.
us about it.
Be yourself.
When are you streaming next? Welcome in everybody. Baba, thank you so much for that resub for 31 months. You just got yourself a bunch of badges, and if you didn't already have at least one of them. If you didn't already have at least one of them. But one's exclusive for just today, along with the watch time badge. Welcome in. Also, go follow my Baba if you haven't. Conway, welcome in. Baba, of course, welcome in. Rumpkin Patch, welcome in. Agent, welcome in. How is everyone? Gothic, welcome in. I'm new here. Yeah, for 31 months.
To feed Core Gothic.
Yeah?
Enjoy your stay at Shana's Sunny Meadows. Ghosts, we have a hype train.
Thank you so much for that gifted to Gothic. I appreciate you. Did the new Steve Harvey Family Feud? How was that? That sounds really fun, actually. Live every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. You guys know what to do. Catch those streams. Catch those streams. You will not regret it. Will not regret it. KULHA. I'm just giving some redeems from our charity donations. We are doing a charity stream tonight only for InterPride, which is an international charity organization for Two-Spirit LGBTQIA plus. They do scholarships and all kinds of things to help the community, and I'm really, really proud to have been chosen by DVD to participate in this. So, very excited about it. Very excited about it. Jelly, our newest partner! Our newest partner! Guys, Jelly just got partner. Jelly just got partner. Can we get some big congrats for Jelly? If you've never done Gaggle, you get to play along to the game shows and stuff live. Wait, that sounds like so much fun.
Earth to Jelly just raided with 68 views.
That sounds like so much fun. I'm gonna have to check that out. Hal. Jag, welcome in. Jelly, of course, welcome in. Astray, welcome in. Goten, welcome in. Tedward, welcome in. Maple, welcome in. The Nonsense Archives, welcome in. Jinka, welcome in. Sixpenny, welcome in. Yes, big congrats to Jelly. Can I see it here? You can. I can see it. I know. Look at you with that purple check mark. It looks so good on you. It looks so good on you. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you, Jelly. I'm so proud of you. What do you mean last time you copy? What do you mean? It copied fine.
No, it didn't work on my end.
Oh, it worked on mine. Sometimes it does that when I copy people's stuff in my chat too, though. I don't know why. Odium, welcome in. How is everyone? Guys, if you don't know my Jelly as well, Jelly, like I said, just got partner. We just got a double raid too, so huge thank you again to House Psionics and Jelly. Go follow both of them. Jelly's also one of our leaders on Nightmare Network along with Baba. Jelly is also one of my just really good friends. I love her. We're on her comp team together, Caffeinated Cryptids, where we play DBD together, and she tolerates me, and also I play better than I do on stream, I promise. I promise. She helps me a lot, so she's amazing. Please go follow her. Hey, listen, you could have done it without me, Jelly, because you're amazing, but I'm glad that I was there to support you along the way, because you're amazing. So, iPod, welcome me in. How are you? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. I'm just an egg. Egg. You're our favorite egg, though. We love you. We love you. Hot diggity dog. Hot dog, hot dog, hot diggity dog. I'm just fulfilling some of our charity redeems right now. We had a donation from Dakota and from Hillary. I'm putting both of them in our little notebook here. Hillary got Pyramid Daddy for her sticker. Avargreen. Beautiful. Look at both of your stickers. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I know that there's like, with the light, so much glare. Both of you in the notebook. We love you, Jelly. We're all so proud of you. Headphones are backwards as well. We've done a couple giveaways for the milestones we've reached. And now I just have to draw another heart on my face. What color are we gonna do? For Hillary. Let's see. Let's see if this one works. I'm glad you're doing okay, iPod. What you up to tonight? Did you make Jelly something? What'd you make Jelly, Ghosty? I wanna know. Can't wait till I get them good spinal injections, or they might take a laser to my spine to remove the nerves. Yeah? When are you looking at having that done? Jelly is awesome. Jelly's amazing. So is Hal, if you guys don't know Hal.
It's gonna be for everybody, so I assume I could show you.
Yeah?
I don't know if I can.
Alright, this heart is for Hillary.
Welcome back.
And then I'm gonna put a little HE in the middle for Hillary's initials.
Here are the ground rules. You
Better than doing spinal surgery recovery-wise. That's so fair.
I am A-okay being
so
stabbed.
fair.
Biting and scratching are on the
Hi,
table.
Paul.
You can use fire.
Yeah, definitely a couple days versus months, I'm sure. There we go. We fixed.
Jelly says I can show you, so I said to do it.
Okay, I'm excited. Oh my god, that's so cute. I love that. I love that. Super cute. Ghosty's so talented. Should be illegal. Send Ghosty to jail. Thank you guys again for all the love and the donations. Thank you for the raids. Please go show Jelly lots of love. Go show Hal lots of love. You guys are amazing. If you'd like to donate, you can. You don't have to. If you lurk, if you share the stream, all those things are helpful. All those things are helpful. We're going to play with our headphones backwards in this next one. Our next milestone is customs with the community, where I will start as killer. If anybody else wants to play killer, we can do some as well, but I will start as killer. Verb Girl, hi! I love you. Welcome in. And we do have some more giveaway codes every time we hit a milestone, too. Dad's gotten a few. Downtime was relatively minimal. Hope it works and brings you relief. I hope so too. My mom gets injections regularly for her neck and her back. So it doesn't fix everything, but it helps, you know? Surgery might be a year and a half depending on what they have to do. Fair. Hi, Bri. It's good to see you. Kill them all. I mean, if we do customs. I might. Her lower spine deteriorating. Stabulation's pretty minimal. Usually has good results. Fair.
It's Da Vinci.
Da Vinci? Like the artist?
Nazak just subscribed at tier 1.
Naz, thank you for the sub. I hope you enjoy your emotes, your ad-free viewing, and you got both of these badges right here.
Welcome back.
We also have a watch time badge tonight for everybody. If you watch for at least 3 hours, which we're doing a long stream, so it should be doable. Should be doable. Going to bed. I have work tomorrow, but have a good time. Get some good sleep, Missy. Thank you for hanging out with us. How are you liking Lights Out? Bright, I love Lights Out. I love it. Both Killer and Survivor. It's been so much fun. It's been so much fun. I love it. I think it's scary. And I also think that it gives like old DVD feels combined with it just being extra dark.
You weren't around for old DVD. What you mean old DVD?
I mean old DVD with like the hub and everything. Like you can't see what other people are doing. Back in my day, exactly. Exactly, like 6 years ago, DVD.
Back in the day that she didn't have. She wasn't playing DVD back
I
in the
played
day.
DVD 6 years ago.
Uh-huh.
I haven't played from the beginning, but I played 6 years ago. Old DVD. For me. 6 years is a long time. My phone died. What sticker did I get? Oh, you got Pyramid Daddy. I'll have to show you again. I'll have to show you again.
Twice.
Oh, I think it's Trapper.
I'm just kidding.
I saw him briefly in the dark.
It's Trapper because he attacked Leigh.
You're going to Comic-Con? That's so fun.
No, he got Da Vinci.
He'll never be able to paint again.
Oh my god.
I get scared as Survivor and have so much fun scaring as Killer. Exactly, Bri. Exactly. Who's been your favorite Killer to play?
I'll get on one day.
I feel like he's gonna be on my gen any second. Because he got hooked so close to me.
Ah, fuck. That's embarrassing. This man saw me dancing too. I just want you guys to know. The one that I
82
went to save
years.
off the hook, he saw me dancing and I just like stumbled.
Back before
into
the head
crowd.
showed useful information. Yeah, exactly. I'll show you your sticker though after this game. Just remind me, Hillary.
I'm going in basement. He brought me to basement.
I see that. Oh, there's a trap in this pallet.
Nobody comment how I danced into the trap, okay? That was embarrassing.
I come get you. He's nearby, I think. I hear him.
There's no point. He's trapped in the basement.
I think I can do it though. I can.
Back. There's a trap in the pallet.
Wait. I was gonna say, I hear him.
Here. I don't know why he wanted to heal in the basement.
Are you guys all down there?
Can you move? The thickums of your butt, man.
I'm trying to, like, not be in the way, but also be able to save. Why are you hanging around with your lantern, Leigh? It's a dead giveaway.
Back in Leigh's day, he used to always carry a lantern and DVD head ass. Okay, the chopper's bringing all his chops to the basement.
Oh god. Sir, you're in the way! Oh my god. This is not good. Leigh's scared of the— Leigh not scared of the dark. Nothing scares Leigh. You're totally fine, Hillary. Oh no. Okay, well, Leigh's about to be able to get himself off. Shit. Where am I hearing a Jen at? Oh my god, my headphones are backwards. That's why I'm so confused with the audio. Oh my god, I'm such a dumbass.
I mean, you're not the smartest sometimes, but you know. Doesn't mean you're dumb. I'm just kidding.
Is he not coming back to you, Leigh? I thought, okay. I'm injured.
If I come down there, I better not waddle into a trap with my thickums in.
Oh my god. Well.
Leigh's got it, Leigh's got it, Leigh's got it, he's got it. His bars.
I have a plan.
That's never good coming from you, I just want you to know that.
I disarmed the trap. I don't know that I'm gonna be able to crawl far enough to get away from the basement. What do you mean I'm playing on a different level?
Leigh, I say we hide in different corners of the map and see who gets first.
You do what?
Alright. I'm gonna go hide.
The booty is the real trap. Truly. I'm glad you're relaxing, True. One of my friends started setting them beside each gen, which has been really useful. When they're on the gen, the killer can break them. Yeah. I just don't use them. I just don't use them because I feel like they're a beacon for where you're at. Because when I play killer, if the survivors are running around with them, I know exactly where they are. And I can see exactly where you're running with them. And I can see what gens you're working on, you know? So I'm just dying in the basement, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That's fun.
Can't afford to get you.
If you set off the traps, though, it'll bring him back over here, and then my bar will go up. At the very least. But it's okay, I don't have time now, so...
You know what? Now I'm gonna fucking do it.
I'm gonna die before he gets over here and my bar goes up.
Can't see all the traps that are down here.
I wasn't talking about the ones at the bottom, I was talking about the ones at the top.
No, you wanted attention. Now I brought it. I'll step into it.
Yeah, and I can't even leave because he reset them, so that's...
Because he didn't hit you, you could have just ran right through the trap.
Huh?
You had the protection hit, so you could just run right through the trap. He didn't hit you.
I didn't know I could run through the trap with a protection hit. I thought it would still grab me.
That's why the plan was to just hide and let the game cap.
Yeah, but that's boring. I'll do another game with my headphones backwards because that was a really boring ass game. That was a really boring ass game. Yeah, I'm wearing it backwards as a challenge. I know. I know. It's not a challenge if I spin the entire match on the hook, though. I'll let you guys drop while we're waiting. Exclamation point drop plus favorite emote. ICA agent, thank you for the gifted.
Eka_agent_58 gifted a tier 1 subscription to Perky
both
Witch
badges.
Tits. Enjoy your stay at Shana's Sunny Meadows.
Both badges. Let me show you your sticker as well, Hillary. It's gonna be a little hard to see. I apologize because of the light, but getting that rainbow badge by gifting a cool name. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. You're too kind. Too kind. Grace cheated. Yeah, did she? There's your sticker, Hillary. Pyramid Daddy. If I cheated, I'd want better than a 22. Valid. Valid. He's cute as a sticker? Yeah, he is. He is. Yeah, there's probably a lot of familiar faces here. A lot of familiar faces. You guys are doing great on the words, by the way. I forgot how to ready up. Sometimes I do that too. It's okay. It's okay. Is not a familiar face, but you are a handsome face, true. You guys can still drop if you want. I'm not going to do another words though, because I don't think you'll have time to finish it. So. Wild Scully? Damn. Scully is wild, but we love her. We love her. Do we though? We can't take her out in public? Just because we can't take her out in public doesn't mean we don't love her. Let's keep her to ourselves. Hi, honey. It's my good girl. Yeah. So welcome into everybody who's new here. If anyone doesn't know me, I'm Shana. I am a horror streamer. Phasmophobia is my favorite game, but we also love DBD. I'm an official DBD creator. I'm also an official Blumhouse creator and Bornless creator. We like to play a lot of indie horror here and just get scared and have a good time. Public is overrated. You know what? That's fair. Yeah, let's put this down. A mosquito?
Yeah.
It wants to suck your blood. I'm sorry.
It's a nemesis.
Alright, I'm going to Gallows. Oh, hi, Leigh. Wow, Leigh said, I don't want to work on Gallows with you. Leigh left me. No you, Day. You guys are amazing. Go feel better, Grace. I hope you feel better. Guys, if you don't know Grace and you don't follow Grace, please go give her a follow. Grace is one of our leaders on Nightmare Network. And, ooh! That is not the direction I would have liked to jump, but she's also an amazing bean who plays lots of DBD. As well as other games. And is a heckin' cutie. I'm going back to Gallows. Let me see what's in here. I hear a zombie. But I don't see it. I hate that. It just jumped off the edge. That was so funny. Who's the killer? Nemi. It's Nemi with his big old stompies. My God. His big stompies and his zombies everywhere that sound like they're coming from one direction, but they're coming from another because my headphones are backwards. And I keep forgetting that. Hi, Leigh.
God, I think I finally killed it.
Oh! Stomping in his reef.
Oh my God, you missed.
Oh God. His Air Force Ones. R-Force ones. Resident Evil Force ones. Oh shit, of course, of course, of course. Of course he was coming while I was going for the unhook. Oh man, I meant to dodge that. Wait, was there a raid? There was a raid, Anna. Why? By the way, guys, if you want to play bingo, grab a bingo card. Love a good Nimi that doesn't hard tunnel. Most of the killers in this mode, I want to say most, haven't seemed to be tunneling. Oh, okay. Most.
Okay,
some of them have. Where's the zombie coming from? Oh, it's right there. Thank you. Oh. That's done. Okay. Would you like me to no? Okay. No, you're good, Anna. You're good. I appreciate you. I don't know how many gens we've gotten done. Yeah, I can.
I'm right next to it, so like.
Oh, I'm not. I'm on the opposite end, so.
I'll go for it then.
A nice catch day. Thank God we're not like against a spirit or something at the very least, because I feel like this would be even crazier. It sounds like there's a djinn to my right. That's a wall.
So it would be to your left.
Yeah. There's a zombie. Come with me, Leigh. I'll heal you. I just don't want the zombie to touch you. Okay.
The random's already got him back on him, damn.
My God. Random really likes him. Or vice versa. Sounds good, Puzz. I don't know when Nepo and Jungly are going to be joining, but you can definitely join us for a little bit. Yeah, Jungly was going to play something else for a little bit, so. I dream of electric sheep. How's DVD? It's going well. We're having a lot of fun. My headphones are currently backwards, so I'm all turned around, but we're having a good time. Ah! You know, having a great time. How are you doing tonight, Shadow? Welcome in. We're also raising money for charity, which is a great time, so we appreciate everybody here. Lurking, chatting, sharing. You know. Not my controls, my headphones. So my audio's like reversed. I keep thinking everything's coming from the opposite direction. Oh, thank you, Leigh. Whoa! Oh my god, where is he? This is so hard. Spooky scoop. You don't know where they're coming from? No, which, like, you're so audio reliant in general, but especially like in this mode.
Okay, now I'm gonna easy down.
Oh no. Okay, I'm coming.
I mean, he's right next to Hook, so there's no... I don't know what you're gonna do, but okay.
I can do this. I can do this.
Sure you can.
Alright, now I gotta go get Ghosty. We're just gonna bring it around town. All the way around town. Are you a robot? Day? Day might be.
Be able to get myself up.
Oh, okay.
Okay, bye.
Day is an author. If you haven't checked out Day's book, you can.
I don't know where other gyms are. And there's some rooms.
There's one at what's usually 1.
What the fuck is usually 1?
So, you know, 12.
Figured.
It's the building at the top on the right side. I'm dead.
No, they can don't.
I tried. Ripperoni.
Leigh, you just walked right into that punch, didn't you?
I didn't walk into a punch.
I said Leigh. Is your name Leigh?
Oh, I didn't hear Leigh. I just heard you walked right into that punch. I was like, what are you talking about?
Why would I be talking to you? You're dead.
I don't know. Alright. Headphones back. Headphones back. Oh, goodness. Anytime, Day. Anytime. Headphones fixed, guys. Well, you know, you can't win them all. Big Man. You know what? That name fits for Nemesis. Valid name. Oh, you're actually going to get some sleep before work? I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, Leigh.
Questionable blood. I don't think the random got hard tunneled, but they did get very unlucky.
Yeah, I don't think anybody got tunneled, but they just got, yeah, unlucky. Number 4. You got the Fool. Nothing happened. Nothing happened, Hillary. You're safe. Well, get some rest, Leigh. Thank you for hanging out and playing with us. Appreciate you.
So you can get a couple rounds of killer him.
I can do that. I can play a little killer before Nepo joins. That might be kind of fun. Let's do a little killer. Let's do some Onryo. Let's do some Oreo. How fitting. What? We are, let me look, I think 20 euros away from our next goal where we do some giveaways. And also the community customs. So. Your brain was scrambled? How do we think this is gonna go? We'll see. My brain's always scrambled if it makes you feel better, Anna. If it makes you feel better. Short circuit. Oh my gosh, you guys are goobers. Anonymous. Thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate you. You just earned yourself 2 different badges.
Tier 1 subscription
if you didn't
to the
already
community.
have them.
Enjoy your stay at Shana's Sunny Meadows.
Persephomet, hi. How are you? Can somebody give Persephomet a little shout out for me, if you do not mind? Good to see you. How are you? We could do a prediction if we wanted on how we think this match will go. Oh, is she? She's AFK. I'll take it. Sorry. They call her Sadoko in DBD. They do. Oh, I didn't fully demanifest. That's okay. I meant to. Yes, they did keep her name. Trying to see where these explosions are. Oh, I have no TV over there. Follow the blood. Gotta hook out here. Oh my god, his hips are strong. This one's pumping a little bit. We're gonna do that and we're gonna shatter it. And then let's go here. Oh, we got a dono. Thank you so much for your donation. I will check what it is in a moment. Somebody's nearby. I'm in chase. I didn't even see them. Oh. Where'd she go? I'm trying to follow her blood. That was a bad swing. That's okay. There we go. Very nice. Basement is nearby, but we don't want to waste time right now. We just want to get them hooked. And try and get through some TVs. Let's go over here. Doesn't look like anybody's over here. Unless they're... Yep. Let's get the Jake. He hasn't been hooked yet. Holy shit, his outfit is hard to see in the dark. He went inside, maybe? No, he went this way. Where'd he go? Oh my god, I lost him completely. That's okay, I found a group of 3 of them. Oh my god, it's so hard to see. See, this is why, like I said, I don't use the lanterns. These survivors are not using the lanterns, and it's making it so hard for me as killer to see where they are or what they're doing. I hear somebody.
Guardia Self just resubscribed for 39 months at Tier 1.
You
Hi,
just got
beautiful.
2 new badges. Thank you for the 39 months. How are you, handsome? It's so good to see you always. Got him. And we kicked the gen. How you doing, guard? Let's go over here. This gen is not being worked on. I'm gonna go over here. See how bright he is with his lantern? And I know that Lara is still around, but it's gonna be better if I just pick him up and hook him. Just make sure nobody's around here healing. Okay, come back over here. Let's go to this one. That gen is pumping, but get her, and he's still here with his lantern, which makes him easy to follow. Boom. And we can Mori Lara. It is Bloody Lily Sadoko. It is. 2 down. Probably should have kicked that gen back there. It's okay. You want hooks? Why do you want hooks? trying to get stacks on them by teleporting. Oh, didn't quite get the range there. Unfortunate that she was able to get her tape in. That's okay though, because we're gonna hook her. Thank you for the follow, by the way. We do keep them anonymous, so you can lurk, chat, whatever you feel comfy with. I am gonna go ahead and pick this. I don't really need to, but I just don't want them getting any progress. Let's go check over here for Jake. No. Where is Jake? Reduce our chances of progress as much as possible. Oops. Demanifest. I went to pair with one as Ghoul during 2v8 because themes. That would be really cool. But I don't see them adding Ghoul to 2v8. It'd be cool if they did. I just don't see it happening. His map traversal is insane. It's insane. And I think it might be a little... It might be a little OP in 2v8, especially when paired with other killers. Unless they, like... If they made it so you couldn't pair certain killers together... I don't know. This is the hard part when you're searching for a hatch. It's so dark. It's like, have I been here? Have I checked this area? I don't mind if he gets hatched, to be honest with you. I think we did really well this round. We didn't have a Sable or a Shane to set free, though. Ooh. They still nerfed it from the anime? Yeah. Yeah. Hope you're doing well too, currently at work. I hope work is going well. I'm doing alright. I miss your face. To err is human. Something. The judgment. True, true. That was a good game. That was a good game. More like badass co. Oh my god, you guys are sweet. That's sweet, Anna. That's sweet. That was good. iPod, you've been following for 1.5 years? That's crazy. That's crazy. I was lurking on your stream the other night, by the way. It was good to see you playing and streaming. I feel like the angsty artist Susie Skin would make Legion very easy to see in this event. Probably. Probably. If I missed anybody's chats, by the way, don't be afraid to put them back in the chat. Have a good night, Identity. Didn't realize there were no scratch marks. Nope. Which makes it fun on the survivor side, harder on the killer side, but it's good. Don't play Dracula in this mode. Well, you can hear though. So as long as you're listening on like for where the survivors are,
Mod 1N3Z like, just raided with 5 views.
Welcome in, Martinez. How are you? Guys, if you're not already following NG Martinez, there's a button popping up at the top of your screen. Please give it a boop, boop, tippity tap. Go give Martinez a sneaky, cheeky follow. It is free to do so. How was your stream? Tell us about it. Let us know when you're streaming next. Welcome on in. We are obviously playing some DBD. We're participating into the Rainbow Pride raid train this evening with Dead by Daylight and raising money for InterPride. No pressure to donate or anything like that, but lurking, sharing the stream, all those things help. And we appreciate you bringing your community over. This is very kind of you. On the Unanglowy, yeah. Spin that wheel. Oh my god, was that the dono? Wait, was it you, iPod? Also, hydration station, choo choo. It was iPod. We can do that. We can spin that wheel for you, iPod. And you're gonna get in the book too. Let me put you in here too. She's so pretty. I know. Sadako is so pretty. Next stream is Monday. We had a good time. Just enjoying Lights Out. Dude, Lights Out is so fun, right? It's so fun. Good night, Identity. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming in and hanging out as always. Ooh, iPod, you got a Hunter sticker too. Are you going to be playing more Lights Out on Monday? It's my favorite. Really brings the horror vibe back. Exactly. That's my thought too. I feel like it makes DBD, like, not that it doesn't feel like a horror game, but it makes it really feel like a horror game. It makes it like extra scary. You know? I love it. Have you been playing Killer and Survivor? Have you been sticking to like just one mode? iPod, here's your name in the book with Miss Huntress. You played both. Who's been your favorite killer to play? All right, we got a wheel spin for iPod. So, pray for me. This is gonna be scary. I'm not gonna lie. All right, we gotta bring the wheel over so you guys can see it better. We got lots of fun stuff on here. Let's see how this goes. What are we gonna do? Nobody tell Nepo. Oh, Nepo's here. I'm gonna do it randomly. Nepo's not gonna know when. Nepo's not gonna know when. Oh, let me open this on my phone, Nepo. Hold on. Nepo's not gonna know when. It's not... Nepo, I might have to start it because I can't... It's not letting me join on my phone. It's just opening my stream manager. Rather than letting me join. And I can't open it on my computer or my computer will crash. I can't run to all the things at the same time. Hold on. before we get into the next game, I need a really quick restroom break. I just messaged Nepo to let him know what's going on. He can join the shared stream if you'd like. iPod, I don't know if you saw. Let me mute, because I don't think Nepo can hear me, actually. He's here, but I don't think he can hear me. Basically, I have to sabotage the game with him, which means sandbagging and doing everything I can to make sure Nepo dies as much as I can. That's the goal. So fun stuff. I'm gonna take a really quick restroom break though. I will be right back. I'm gonna put us on the BRB screen. It's freaking hilarious. We are €5 away from our next goal. You guys behave yourselves while I BRB. Play some words on stream. You can drop as well. What do you mean, heh, War? What do you mean, heh? Thank you for the biddies as well, Martinez. And guys, please, once again, go give Martinez lots of love. You had fun with Chucky. Hell yeah. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
iPod BMO has blamed JoJo. Sir Pickles, what did you do? The reason is still pending. Joseph Anesson has blamed iPod, probably because they were spamming feed emotes or they broke something. God damn it, iPod.
Sorry, I'm back. Hello. Hi.
Oh my,
Vodka and I both had to go potty. I apologize. Oh my god, I accidentally closed DVD. Oops.
Messy, you mess.
Listen, I was trying to...
For a whole nother 5.5 hours.
Yeah.
How you gonna do this?
I was trying to just back out of the killer thing, and I closed the game completely. My bad.
Well, ahoy, how are you?
Hi, Kim.
I'm a big fan.
You a big fan? I'm a big fan of you. That's crazy.
That's insane.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
My goodness.
You know, I had 3 people last year that I was their #1 played musician on Spotify, and I personally private messaged them on Instagram and asked if they were okay.
You did not.
I did. Because I only had like a really, really bad, sad indie album, and Unalive was out at the time, and I had 3 people that were
You're insane. You're insane. You
I was
know
like,
that?
Bessie, you good?
My goodness.
They had like, it was almost like they had my song on repeat for like 6 months straight. Anyway, just random voice drop. Hi, Shana's chat. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
How you doing?
We are $5. I keep saying dollars. €5 away from our next goal here. So
we just started, so we haven't made nothing.
that's okay. You will. You will.
We getting there.
It's
Hi,
gonna happen.
How are you?
I can read. I can read your chat. Fuck. It's
Their name is
hi.
AJ, by the way.
Okay. Then I don't have to.
Weird reading. Fuck you 3.
I love their username though. I love their username.
But their name's AJ.
AJ. Got it. Got
I
it.
think we did meet Shana yesterday. I think Shana popped up for a second. Shana was busy working.
Yeah.
Being a grown up or something. I don't know.
We did meet yesterday. Yes. All right. Let's make this lobby. Let me invite you. Does anybody? Oh, it says fit. Oh, there we go. You're in here. Anybody want to join Nepo and I?
Are we doing Twitch shirts?
I mean, we don't have to. I just had mine on.
No, I'm game for it. If that's what we're
Okay.
doing, I'm game. Like I mean, I worked my ass off for these pants, but
Leave the pants on then.
can we have a moment and just
Sure,
appreciate
iPod.
the fact that Arella looks absolutely freaking stunning in this new fit?
You look great. I love it. I think it's super cute.
Like, Arella's entire new fits in the rift is iconic.
I think it's super cute.
I'm game for it. Okay, now I could do Twitch shirts. We could do Twitch shirts. Bro, I got a whole fit. Because Arella's is unfortunately in this jacket, so it don't
I
work
think
with nothing else, like, it's okay.
I think just to keep it from being too overwhelming, we'll probably keep it just Nepo and I in the VC. Just because of all the charity stuff as well, as long as that's cool with Nepo. But you guys are, yeah. You're welcome to join us, iPod. And then we have room for one more.
Oh, we're doing lights out. Oh, it's gonna be real messy.
Unless we get donations for like other specific things. Yeah, I'm enjoying lights out. I'm loving lights out.
I'm here for it. Look, I'm gonna be here. You've been streaming for how long now? Like 3 hours now, right? 4?
8:30, 9:30, 10:30, 3.5.
So I'm just out
I like
in, so I'm super
yapped for like 2 hours though. I talked for so long. I was like, blah, 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 blah. Like.
I'm gonna stay by like 2 a.m., maybe 2:30 a.m. my time. What's that? 1:30 your time. I'm gonna start crashing.
I'll be fine.
But then it'll pick back up. It'll pick back up when the raid slide hits.
I'll be fine.
So. This is definitely the moment when I'm right over here in this big, amazing, comfortable bed with my Shana Leigh YouTube video playing.
You're so cute.
My little bedtime snack plate.
You're so
and
cute.
my big water and my snacks.
I made a frozen dinner, had green beans in it, ate those green beans, even though I don't like green beans. Are you proud of me? I'm so proud of you, Cammie. I'm so proud of you.
Her stuff too. She pops up all the freaking time for me.
You so good.
And then
you so good.
Asleep.
Pause, Cammie. Do either of you want to join us?
We haven't lost a lot of weight. I'll tell you, it's because we're eating all these stacks of bed.
So the moral of the story is, you see fog.
Had to change my user to 3 instead of 2. Twitch kind of didn't like my name. Well.
I literally have a coffee.
I'm not surprised Twitch didn't like your name, AJ. They kind of have, you know, they got some guidelines, and when people break them, they're kind of like bop bop.
Yeah, a few months ago, I took a hoodie off while I was streaming and got a message from Twitch saying that I wasn't allowed to strip on stream.
You did not? Did you actually?
100% dead ass, because I had gotten like bits around the same time that it happened, so it was like, you can't be taking clothes off for money.
That's so funny.
I'm just high. So I was in Texas at the time. I was like, I'm high.
That's so funny.
It's high.
You only yap for an hour and 14 minutes? Oh, okay. Only an hour and 14 minutes. Only.
I was about to say, I saw you go live, because I was awake. I tried to take a nap. It didn't go well, gang. But I had Shana stream up the entire time, because why wouldn't I? I want my channel points.
You're gonna get a watch time badge, too.
And I'm gonna get my watch time badge. See, that's what I'm saying. I have one as well. Just saying. Anyways, I had you up, and I saw you were chatting, and then I like went and did something. I came back over, and you were still chatting. I was like, did she play a game? Like.
I was yapping so much. Normally I try not to yap for more than like 20, max 30 minutes at the beginning of stream, but I was going today. The brakes were not on. The brakes were not on today. Hi, Kota.
I got ReadyBot fixed.
Have a good night, Anna. Get some good rest. ReadyBot was embarrassing you.
ReadyBot's back up and running, and she has a new personality. She's your quirky, spicy, gay best friend. And her name is Tony.
I won't be telling her to shut up anymore.
She uses all pronouns, and she... can you see her messages, or is it because
I can, yeah. I can.
Okay. She's kind of wild. I feel like she needs to be a little spicier, but I'm here for her.
Gotta get up early for attorney practice. Oh, okay. Yes, we do. We gotta talk about that, Cammie. We gotta talk about that. Also, I did talk to, I put a message in the Caffeinated Cryptids chat about us playing against your nurse sometime. So we can figure out a time that works for that as well. But you gotta let me know what your schedule is. Yeah, that's that, Cammie. Guess that, Cammie. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I need to be following
and he's a P100. Oh, iPod, you were supposed to join our lobby, not the other way around, Goober. Hold on. Hold on. He's a P100 nurse and artist, and he is very good. Oh, wrong thing. Very good. Just in general, at DVD and other horror games. So
I'm gonna use this opportunity to announce something then. I'm gonna announce it again, like in my actual Discord. But,
it's okay, iPod.
I'm planning on doing a Teach Me How to Kill Her tour.
Teach me how to kill it. Teach me how to kill it. Sorry.
Okay, but can we do that again? Get clean mic, everybody be quiet.
Teach me how to kill it. Teach me how to kill it.
Okay, great. We're gonna clip that. No, I'm doing a Teach Me How to Kill Her tour during the next 2v8. I've got 3 people so far lined up. I'm doing some little mini collabs with. They're gonna teach me how to play Killer. And Candy Cam, I might have to slide in your DMs because you can kill her. Killer? I really know her. Teach me.
The new Killer intimidates me, and I'm excited to learn them. I think the new Killer intimidates a lot of people from the sounds of it because it sounds like their power is a little more complex, but I think if people are able to learn it, it'll probably be really impressive. So.
Is DVD? Did you give me an invite?
I did.
Okay, I didn't get it. Let me back out. Okay, try again.
Okay.
I got that one. And guess what? We're already 25 minutes into stream. That means I have to go potty. So I'll ready up in a second.
Go potty. Nepo's on a clock, you guys. All right, we're all readied up. If you guys want to exclamation point drop plus your favorite emote while we are in here, you can. I'm not gonna start the words because I know it'll run out of time. And we are €5 away from our next milestone goal, so no need to donate, but lurking helps, sharing helps. Tell your friends, tell your mom, tell your uncle, tell your uncle's dog. Caption said nipples on the clock. You know what? Nipples might be on the clock, Cammy. Nipples might be.
Wait!
Ready your nipples. They're on the clock.
Girl, not the cat just saying nipples. You're so for real right now.
Paws went to bed. Oh no. Good night, Paws. I didn't see you go to bed, but I hope you're sleeping well and having the sweetest of dreams. No, it's just Depo and I in Discord, because otherwise with all the charity stuff too, we're both gonna get overstimulated and overwhelmed. Angel Bear with a 39 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes and make the Angel Bear in the chat. I didn't say your nipples. I just said nipples in the chat. Are your nipples in the chat?
My nipples are in fact in the chat.
Are they on the clock?
No.
Are your nipples clocked? Well, your nipples better get clocked in, okay? It's time for them to get clocked in.
I'm trying to clock in, Bestie. I just wasn't ready. Okay.
Alright, Nepo has no idea that I have to sabotage this game. Yeah.
Some people like to say I'm loud.
You? Loud?
No.
Hey.
That's what I'm saying.
You want to see what I can do with my butt? Look at that. You like that?
Bestie, it works better with the guide models, not the lady models.
I know, it works better with the different skirt, too. It doesn't work as well with this skirt.
Pod's out here looping for life, and we're just being a mug. Oh, God. Can we push?
iPod, you're doing great, sweetie.
Can we knock Maine out? Maine's a big win to get right now.
Let me place my lantern.
Oh
my God, it's Michael Myers. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? Why the heck is this Michael Myers? Why would what? Nepo, help me! Nepo!
Nepo got jump scared.
Okay, you know I'm supposed to sabotage Nepo, but I feel like I'm being sabotaged. I feel like I'm being sabotaged. My nipples are clucked and these pools are getting pissed in. You know what? I'm so proud of you, Cammy, my little pool pisser. My little pool pisser. Jeffrey, you should come play with us. This is going well. This is going great. This is going great, War. This is the greatest things have ever gone in my life.
Oh. Did you wiggle? Go, run, be free. Don't do anything stupid. There's a man! Oh, don't. Be free. What? Stop. Why? Where? I don't see him.
Jeffrey, is this you? Is there any nurses in this mode? Only me. I've played nurse in this mode. Lore accurate Myers. I can't play with you if I'm busy playing Myers. Wow, yeah. Jeffrey's trying to end up in a match against us and kill us. I see. Jeffrey's trying to sabotage me. Where are you at, Nepo?
I'm by the snowplow.
Nepo, I need you to protect me.
I don't want to protect you because I can't protect me.
Okay, well, I need you to protect me. Like, I need it to be your job, okay?
Why?
Because I hate Myers, and it's your job now. This is your job to protect me.
I don't even see you.
You're hired. Okay.
I think my gin's closest to popping. You might see it. Who just dropped? You just swapped that. Why are you doing that?
I didn't do anything. I don't know what you mean.
You didn't. Stop. Go away.
I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't do nothing. Protect me, Nepo! 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 He's on me, Nepo, help! Nepo! Nepo, help! Nepo, help me! Nepo, please!
Oh my God! Please save me, Ada! 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 Ada!
iPod, pick me up. Oh my God, my heroes. My heroes.
Guys, protect me while I come and sandbag you.
I am not sandbagging you. I don't know what you mean.
You're sabotaging me.
Why would you say that? Oh my God, he's coming! Run! Ada! I hate him. Nepo! Get yourself off that hook and save me.
I go all by myself. Nobody's coming to save me.
Nepo!
What did you say that got censored, AJ? 3 letters.
Ada, my hero. All right, I got you. Hold on, I got you, Nepo. Nepo, why are you teabagging me, Nepo? Nepo, that's fucked up. Nepo! Nepo! That's fucked up, Nepo. I came to save you off the hook, and he's my mortal enemy. Why would you do this to me, Nepo? Nepo!
Get her.
Nepo, help me! Nepo! Nepo, help! What the fuck, Nepo? I'll fucking remember this, I swear to God. You piece of shit, I hate you. I'm so mad at you right now. I'm so mad at you. No, you didn't. I'm so mad at you. I'm so mad at you.
Why are you mad at me? You're the one who sabotaged me. It says the body block Nepo. Oh. Okay, wait. Actually, though, last stream we had 4 freaking ghost faces in a row. I think the Myers likes me. Maybe he thinks
I think I'm gonna drive up to your fucking house and stab you in your sleep. That's what I think.
Michaela's out here sandbagging too. iPod! You cut it out! You cut it out! Me! Go get that bitch! She went that way! Come on, let's go. Let's go, Myers. iPod, now you ganging up with Shana.
You know how terrified of Michael Myers I am, and you're out here fucking teabagging me on the ground in front of him and slapping me on the hook in front of him like you guys are fucking best friends or some shit.
Come back, Myers. Come back. Hey, when you're on hook, you can't get on hook again. I kept you safe.
No, you didn't. No. No. No.
Chat, someone explain
No.
to Shana Leigh how
No.
I saved her. You know
No.
what? I'm about to get Cowboy to shit on your
No. No, you out here making best friends with Michael Myers in front of me.
Yeah, he's high.
No, he's not.
He's not happy why I gave him a handy. God, I love him. He's a murderer. You know what? He works hard. He's tall, handsome, and he uses me just like I need to be. He sucks on me. Okay. You're doing this shit on purpose.
I don't know what you mean.
You and
I would never.
both.
I would never. I would never. I would never.
Stop it.
I want to survive. Nothing about that man is attractive.
Oh. Picking my little.
No!
I've been looking Palace Snipe Ada.
He scares me.
It's not you.
He's watching. Oh, okay. He's gonna let me save her.
Go save iPod, even though they're a big noodle. Oh,
With the scary Myers.
you were mean. No. No.
We gotta make sure Ada gets out at the very least. iPod. We gotta make sure that Ada gets out. But we gotta make sure Nepo dies. scared. I won't even lie to you guys. I see Nepo. Oh god.
He wants us to leave, Shana.
I want you to suffer for your insubordination.
What I'm not getting on a dip with you. I want to go to the next match. Okay,
You.
We out. He's gonna open it for us.
You know what you did, Nepo.
I did nothing except for keep you on the hook so you couldn't get got by the Myers.
That's not what you did, and you know it.
That's exactly what I did.
That's not what you did, and you know it.
You know why? Because I'm a carer. I'm a carer, not a carer.
You're a Karen.
People that I care about. How close
You're
do you
a
think I can
Karen.
99 it? You think I can get it to 99?
I don't think he can open it.
I did it. You go. See how close I did. Give me my money! Never did nothing wrong in my eyes. Look at that. See, Shana? I did nothing wrong.
AJ, why are you sucking up to Nepo? Why are you sucking up to Nepo?
Looks like there are others out there in need.
I love you, Myers.
Why?
Love this Myers so much.
Why? Why? I love that he let us out. I love that he let us out. That's what I love. Would anybody like to be our fourth?
Did everything
also,
wrong. I did not, Coda. Stop it.
iPod, or Nepo, you can blame iPod because I spun on my wheel that I had to sabotage you. So.
iPod.
I tried to.
You do that to
I
me?
tried to sabotage anyway. I clearly was terrified. I clearly was terrified the entire time I was trying to sabotage.
My first game on and you're trying to sabotage me? Really?
I mean, they were mostly talking shit about me, iPod. But then they saw you were teaming up with me. So, you know.
That's the reason why no one uses iPods
Who
anymore.
who is emotionally exhausted? Who is this?
I'm emotional.
Oh, Jeffrey.
Is that cool, Jeffrey?
It's Jeffrey.
Is that Pookie?
It is Pookie.
Yeah.
It is Pookie.
Oh my gosh, big fan. Hi.
We're all big fans.
Big fan. I'm a skinny fan.
One of my Tiltify redeems is that people can change my Steam name. It's for a minimum of 3 games, and if anybody else changes it, it changes after that 3 games, but...
I kind of wanted to match for a second, but then I think I changed my mind and I want to go to shirtless Tygon.
Do it. Do it. I'm gonna be...
Thank you for the follow.
Hinako.
Thank you.
Honestly, same. Yeah, it is a massive mood, honest. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Saw the new Evil Dead yesterday. Insane movie. Was it good? Yeah, there is. I'll put all the codes in the chat for everybody, just in case anybody hasn't used any of them. It's all of these right here.
Entity's butthole. Entity's butthole.
Entity's butthole. Please. Imagine that was a code. Killer is probably like, they all cray. I don't need this. Probably. Killer is probably like, what the hell are these insane people doing?
The entity doesn't care if you're
Hydration station, choo choo.
Why not? They'll bring the kidnap. Take you to the fog.
Thank you for the hydrate, Val. How are you? Hydrate, Nepo. Hydrate.
I don't
And
want
ready
to
up.
hydrate. Can I
Hydrate
with,
and ready
like,
up.
Vodka?
You can hydrate and drink vodka. You can do both. But you can't do just one.
Okay, so get trashed within the first 2 hours and then conk out for my time in Raid Train. Do you think I could get away with just like being
We
on
can
raid for, like,
tell you
2
what,
hours
tomorrow
or
night, Friday night, I'll have drinks with you on stream.
Oh my gosh. Are we with Minotauri and
With Minnow and Cowboy, yeah.
I am so excited for that now. Let's do it.
You're working on your quilt, Val. Ooh, I want to see.
Shirtless Nepo win.
Oh, sorry about the ads.
Shirtless Nepo win.
Sign me up for Shirtless Nepo. Hydrate with Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew is not hydration. Mountain Dew is not hydration. Just putting that out there. You'll drink too, iPod? You gonna have drinks with us?
It's a valid question. Listen, AJ.
Mashed taters and a vape.
had-
Ooh, I love mashed potatoes. Coffee without milk or creamer in it is hydration. Only if it's black.
You hear that beautiful sound?
Mm-hmm.
That's vodka in my vape.
Daddy. I love that for you.
Not condoning or endorsing, but this is an 18+ stream, so I can do that. What do you think we get?
Alright, I'm in.
Another lantern?
I think this is gonna be a blight.
We were able to guess that. Oh, I forgot to do guess the killer. I'm bad at this. See, this is why I need mods in my life.
Hydrate with my vape? I don't recommend that. I think that might poison you. Is it Penny's bedtime? Penny, do you need to go to bed? Oh, who's the killer? Who is it?
The worst one in the game.
Who's the worst one in the game? I feel like that's very subjective.
I think you got it. The one everybody hates.
Oh, Legion. I don't think Legion's the worst.
Hey, go to sleep. You don't think Legion's the worst? I don't think they're the worst either. I just really hate them.
I feel like it doesn't make sense that people play Legion in this mode because, like, it's basic Legion and Doctor. It's basically like free info.
It depends on like who
But
they are, you know, or like there are certain ones I just genuinely do not like. Legion is one of them. Doctor is one of them.
Doctor's so overwhelming in this mode too. Like he's overstimulating on a good day. But especially in this mode.
My pallets, I dropped Shack, it's gone. There is no
You're
more
good.
Shack. There's no more Shack. I said, Shack, you want it? I'm
That gen was so close to being done.
I'm gonna try to make noise and get their attention on me. I got them on me, get on that. I miss Swifty too, Coda. She's busy having like a little baby. Victor. Sorry.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Hold on. I'm gonna try and cut them off. I don't know that I'm gonna be able to. They're in power. And they hit me. You guys. I'm running behind you. I'm staying behind you. Don't drop that.
You fucking big noodle doodle. You penny pushing, pedal flower, big poopy head looking noodle.
They're not on me anymore. Oh, they're on me again. I'm gonna try and lose them. Which in?
Where we going? I don't know. I'm following Jeffrey.
Oh.
What?
Oh, hey guys.
Why?
Oh, there's the killers on you guys. The killers on you guys.
Yeah, I noticed.
They're on me now. She missed. She whiffed. Oh, she got me that time. They're a bunny. And they're coming straight to you, Nepo. Get some more Legion skins. I actually have giveaway codes for Legion skin, but we gotta hit some milestones to give them away.
There's no way I did that. There's no way I did that. Who am I?
You Nepo Daddy. And you're really good at DBT. You're really good at DBT. Haven't played DBT for years. Still like them. Angsty, Artist Susie is the skin I love and want. Oh? No, it's not gonna happen. You never know. What's the code that I have? I'll have to look. Is that the code we're giving away? Might be. Welcome in, Melly. Welcome in, Raiders. Guys, if you're not already following Melly, there's a button popping up at the top of your screen you need to hug right now and go share some love. Oh! Over there.
Melly was here just traded with 11 views.
It's free to do so. Why would you not? How we doing? How was your stream, Melly? Tell me all about it. Welcome in. For anyone who doesn't know me, hi, I'm Shana. I'm a horror streamer. Phasmophobia is my favorite game, but we play lots of scary games here. I'm a Dead by Daylight official creator and a Blumhouse creator. And tonight we are raising money for InterPride, which is a two-spirit LGBTQIA plus organization. Woo! I'm so dead. I'm so dead. I'm dead too. Goodbye, cruel world. And yeah, you don't have to donate. There's no pressure to donate. Lurking helps the stream, sharing helps the stream, chatting helps the stream. But we do have some fun milestones and giveaways and incentives as well. We are €5 away from our next milestone with giveaways and stuff. And yeah, we're just having a good time. Obviously we just died, but that's totally fine. It's totally fine. Everything's fine. Welcome in. Welcome in. Tetsuo, welcome in. Melly, of course, welcome in. The goobers are here. Let's go. Let's go. Indrance, is that how you say your name? I hope I said it correctly. Welcome in. Eyelash Hippo, welcome in. Had a wonderful time playing Happy Humble's Burger Cult. I've heard that game is so good. I've heard it's so good. Super fun and chaotic horror MP games. Let's go. How goes the matches? They've been really fun. We played some Killer, and we played obviously some Survivor. They've been a lot of fun. They've been a lot of fun. I love Lights Out. It's a really good time. It's my favorite. It's my favorite. I love this mode. Is Jeffrey gonna get off? No. But we're having a great time. Having a great time. So, when are you doing your next stream, Melly? When you doing your next stream? Also, we are playing with Nepo Daddy right now, who is also. It was a save. Also participating in Into the Rainbow InterPride, and we'll be raiding into him later as part of the raid train. You haven't gotten Dredge yet during this mode, Sixpenny? We got Dredge twice yesterday. One of the modes I had a lot of fun playing against him, and one of them he was kind of stinky in the way that he played. Like, he kept camping the locker near Hook and just like absolutely tunneling the people. It was not fun. Not a fun way to play, but the other one was more fun when they were actually playing the game, where we could play. So iPod, it's okay. We can watch you. Oh, I've got Sky Vision on Jeffrey. This is a really great visual we have here. How much worse is Lights Out against Dredge? It gets really dark. It gets really dark. But it's like, it's so fun. It's so fun. Oh, come on. Why are we... This is...
Guys, they got it.
Lame.
They need that 4K to pay their bills.
Okay, okay, okay. Put the quilt I'm working on in photos in Discord. Ooh, okay. I want to see.
By the way, after this game, I'm going to be doing one of my first giveaways.
Ooh.
So, if you are wanting to get one of the Arella outfits, I'll open my stream and get ready.
This is so pretty. It's so pretty, Val. That's really pretty.
We're going to be doing an Arella Rose Raver's Anguish giveaway. We're also going to be giving away one of the angsty artists Susie Allegiance skins.
Ooh, let's go.
Back-to-back giveaways.
Yeah, because they've got both people down. Crawl, iPod, crawl. Don't let them find you. Don't crawl near the light. Don't crawl near the light, because they'll see you.
Don't go to the light. Come back.
Camping Michaels? That's no fun. It's one, like, listen. This is where, if you have 2 people or 3 people who happen to be near each other at the end of the game or at any point in the game, and so you slug them to get everybody, that's one thing. But if you're slugging people who are across the map from each other for a 4K, it's kinda lame. It's kinda lame. In my opinion. In my opinion. You play the game how you want to play in whatever way is fun for you. In my opinion, which I'm entitled to, I feel like it's kind of lame. But that's just my opinion. If it's fun for you, that's great. I think it's lame. Which is why I don't do it when I play killer. The bad influence has arrived. Damn. Damn.
Is my pokey. I made you. Okay, we're gonna do our first giveaway over on my side of the stream. I don't know if theirs or not. We're doing one on my end.
No.
I think it only works from my stream, so if you want to join, you have to pop over here for a second. But starting now, type around. Never mind, I got ads. I should run ads first.
Run your ads. Run your ads.
Let me run ads first.
We'll be doing our next one when we get 5 more euros. That's when we do our next giveaway. But people can drop for fun.
An Arella and a Legion giveaway. We're doing Arella Rose's Raver Anguish outfit and Legion Susie's Angsty Artist outfit.
Oh, let's go.
But we're gonna run ads really quick.
Exactly, not when they're across from the map from each other, unless you're adepting. But in this mode, there's no adepting because there's no perks. So.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Penny, for Guess the Killer. Thank you. Guess the Killer is also up on my end if you guys would like to guess who the killer is going to be. Also something you have to do from my end.
Cookies. Why are you and Jeffrey fighting? Doing some words on stream. How's everybody's bingos looking?
Oh, I gotta get a bingo card.
Oh, you haven't been playing bingo?
Oh, mine's not looking the best.
No?
I need you to miss a skill check, and I need you to talk about Cooper.
I mean, I can call miss a skill check because I intentionally missed a skill check earlier.
Let me help explain.
Who's your phasmophobia friend?
That's rigging bingo, Nepo.
It's not!
Why'd you just
have questions?
This establishment has been.
Why'd you yell at me?
Because. Hey, wait, can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Can
you read me your stream schedule info?
With some drinks, some smokes, some vapes, whatever
Why?
it is you need.
I'm just curious how it all works. What all do you have on yours? Because I have mine just normal schedule, but that's about it.
I feel like you're rigging bingo again.
I'm not. I just have questions.
So with all that
Can I not ask
said,
questions?
I bring to you the Homestretch edition of the Kyoto Hour.
I think he's definitely rigging bingo. I don't trust it.
I'm literally not. Who's your recommended channels?
You're so rigging! What do you mean?
Can I not ask questions? Chat, I feel like I'm trying to ask questions and I can't. I'll tell you mine. You're one of my suggested channels. Swifty is. Sarah, Miss Pow Pow, Miss Ice Queen. Cowboys one, Jelly's one. What about you? What's yours?
Ghosty. Ghosty is one of mine.
Nice.
Mommy.
Mm-hmm.
Love that. Thank you for engaging in conversation with me. Anyways, if you would like to participate in a giveaway on my end, if you'd like to get Arella Rose's Raver's Anguish skin, hop over on my end and type Arella in chat. Two minutes. What are you laughing at?
You. Wait, which skin are you giving away?
Arella's Raver's Anguish. You gotta
Ooh.
type Arella in chat.
You gotta type Arella in Nepo's chat if you want that skin. I've already got that one. So, when you give away the beach one, I'll be trying for the giveaway. I don't have that one.
If you'd like to know what it looks like, I can put it on really quick because I have it as well. Arella's my people just retain Suki love. There you go. That's the fit. It's a nice fit. You
What are you flashlighting me for? You getting some sleep, Ghosty? Sweet dreams. I love you.
You can combine it with so many different things. Look at this. Bam. Bam, look at her. Oh, fit. The hair is just works with everything. Almost out of time. If you'd like to join it, now's your chance. I took a whole ass water bottle in 5 seconds. Am I hydrated? Bestie, you're waterboarded. You're drowning.
You're waterboarded.
Congrats, iPod!
Alright, there we go. A bunch of bingo stuff has been called. Check your bingos.
I'm gonna whisper you the code.
Congratulations,
Go
iPod.
ahead. Go ahead.
I'm gonna eat a piece of pizza.
I don't know how whisper works in the OBS. I feel like I was about to send a message.
I actually don't know either. I usually just go to Twitch and do it because I feel like it's easier.
There we go. Alright, I just sent it to you, iPod, in a whisper. And then we also have another fit to give away. Yeah, that's right, you heard me right. We're also giving away another fit. We're giving away a Legion Inksy Artist outfit.
I gotta see if I have that one.
But we're gonna make the... I think Legion would be a good type. Okay, if you want to enter into this giveaway, come on to my end.
Thanks to artist Susie.
Legion.
I do not have this fit.
Okay, come on over here, Shana.
I'ma go over there and I'ma type Legion.
Type Legion, you gotta do it from my chat.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
We got 1, we got 2. We got 2 minutes to do it. 2 minutes to win. You got 1 minute and 38 seconds left. Oh, Heights and Crackle left in it. We're doing a giveaway right now. If you want to join, type Legion in chat. Type Legion in chat if you want to get it. It is for Susie's Angsty Artist outfit. We can go to chat. We can go to the store and look at it. I don't know if I get to it fast enough because I'm not fast like that. Oh, there it is. Never mind, I am. This outfit giveaway. Type Legion in chat. You got 1 minute. 50 seconds!
commit a misdemeanor crime for pizza, not literally, because my father would somehow find a way to express how disappointed he is in me from the afterlife. You know what? I wouldn't blame you.
I'm gonna pick the winner. It's all through Mix It Up. I just type the giveaway thing and I type the word to type in, and then you guys type it, and then it just picks a random person out of it. I don't pick it. I'll even keep my hands up here. So you can see it's got 15 seconds. Type Legion if you want in. 10.
Jokes on ReadyBot. My dad also liked pineapple on pizza when he was alive. Listen, I also like pineapple on pizza.
What? How did nobody win? Ha! Wait, what?
I don't know.
Did I spell Legion wrong?
How did you spell Legion?
Legion. Wait, what? Wait, do y'all have to it says no exclamation point needed.
I mean, the other one worked fine.
I don't know what I did wrong, Shana.
I don't know why the...
Alright, I'm gonna do it for one more minute. Hang on, let me try again. 1 minute. 1 minute to type Legion. Type exclamation point Legion in the next 1 minute to enter. We're doing a double. Do exclamation point Legion. I didn't think you had to... Yeah, I see it now. I see iPod Shana Jeffries in. I don't see Coda.
You gotta go put it in Nepo's chat if you want to enter.
Yeah,
exclamation point Legion.
It says no exclamation points needed.
Did you put an exclamation point when you put it in though?
No, you have to type exclamation point though.
Oh.
Clockwork, you gotta do it from my stream.
Yeah, you gotta do it from Nepo's stream, Clockwork.
20
Hold on.
seconds, bestie. First chat. Oh, wait a minute. It's
Starshee! Hi, beautiful! I love you! Welcome in! Lily, welcome in with the raid. Guys, if you're not already following Starshee, please hug that button that's at the top of your screen right now. It's free to do so. It's free to do so, so why would you not?
It's _
Starshee's one of our Night Terrors and Nightmare
views.
Network, and I heckin' adore her so much, and I know you will too.
Go ahead and redeem.
For anyone who doesn't know me, I'm Shana. Hi. I'm a horror streamer. Phasmophobia is my favorite game, but I play lots of scary games. I just like to vibe, have a good time, get scared. And I'm also a DVD creator, so we play lots of Dead by Daylight. And I am a Blumhouse creator, so we play Blumhouse games and lots of indie horror. So welcome in. If you want to grab a bingo card, you can. We are playing bingo. We also are doing giveaways for all our milestones on our charity stream that we're doing right now for InterPride with Dead by Daylight. And we're having fun. We're having fun. We're raising money for charity, and it's a good time. It's a good time. We're €5 away from our next giveaway and our next milestone. No need to donate if you don't want to, or you can't. It's totally fine. Lurking helps, chatting helps, sharing the stream helps. We just appreciate you being here. When's your next stream, Starshee? It's so good to see you. Little Rapid Girl, welcome in. Doing a little bit of lights out right. Excuse me, I had a hiccup right now. Yes, what's your important question? What's your important question, Domnu? Is it Domnu? Is that how you say it? Philby, welcome in. Jojo, welcome in. Would you rather be squeezed to death? Would you rather be squeezed to death between Queen Xenomorph's cheeks or Wesker's cheeks? Queen Xenomorph. Listen, I know people think Wesker is hot. I'm just not into it. I'm just not into it. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real with you. Xeno Kitty can take me out. It's fine. It's fine. Scully's daddy tonight? My goodness. Did you have a fun stream tonight, Starshee? How was it? How was it? I'm surprised you weren't playing DBD. You were on Water Park Sim. What about your DBD addiction? Are you good? Are you feeling okay? You're a fan of Xeno. I played Xeno Kitty for the first time ever during Lights Out on Tuesday. It was really fun. It was really fun.
Here we go. I'm glad.
Did you just shush me, Starshee? Starshee shushed me. The link to donate, by the way, is pinned at the top of stream, but you can also do exclamation point Tiltify or exclamation point charity. You look great. You look great.
I know I do. I'm Morella. What do you mean? I always look good.
And you can use those anytime to learn more or see more or whatever.
What are you doing?
You got Bungu? What is Bungu? I'm at the tractor. And I have no eyes. The little yellow worker equipment stuff. I don't know. Is it not a tractor? What is this thing? It's not a bus. Yeah, oh, a snowplow. Okay. I don't know.
This is a snowplow. Wow.
Okay, sure.
I mean, it doesn't have the plow part.
It's a big yellow equipment thing. Yeah. Everything is a tractor to me.
Paint res.
Please.
Mommy.
Sure, yeah, paint res.
Thank you, you got it right.
Go get your food, Starshee. Go take care of yourself. I love your face. Starshee is totally an icon. She's so freaking cute. So freaking beautiful. I love her. Come with me, iPod. Oh, he's behind you, iPod. Watch out. Nice protection hit, iPod. With your BT.
Go to sleep. You have work. You got work in the AM. Oh, I lost frames on my skill set.
By the way, guys, out of curiosity, is the game looking better now that I've made changes, or is it still getting pixelated? What? Oh no, Shana, what? iPod, careful. He's over there, somewhere.
I think I gotta go potty.
I think now's not a good time, but you can put yourself in a locker and pray, you know?
There's a man! I got guys.
Welcome, Raiders! Sylvan is a hottie.
Welcome in. How we doing? How was stream, Wolfie?
Jeffrey is daddy. Oh no. Okay, I I go get Nepo, and then I go get oh, okay. I go get iPod. Oh! Okay, I was spamming spacebar. Why did that not drop? That's so rude.
It's always such an honor when a streamer brings their community over to me.
It is. I feel the same way. I'm like, you could have picked literally anybody that's live on this platform right now, and you picked me.
Thousands and thousands of streamers currently live.
Exactly. Exactly. Congrats on 50 followers, Wolfie.
Big congrats. That means you're an affiliate now.
That's
so
huge.
Cool.
That's huge.
Oh my goodness, why did the audio sound like they were 9 miles away?
Thank you, Jeffrey. You want to work on this gin together? Oh, thank you for touching me. I love it when you touch me, Jeffrey. That feels good. Oh my god, congrats, Wolfie. That's amazing. This guy hates me. Yeah, he might. Oh.
I'm lost. I'm turned around. I can't take it left or fucking right.
I mean, it's real dark, so left from right is a little hard to tell right now. Well, existing as a survivor sometimes is a reason why people hate us. You know, so that's all the reason they need.
Yeah, step 1, let's play survival.
Step 1, exist.
Oh.
You did great though, iPod.
He's by the gin that I put the lantern on.
I can't even see it. I'm not close enough. Woo! The tears are filling up my office.
What?
No expression. No expression.
I'm just blowing shit. My audio feels like it's backwards right now.
Do you have your headphones on backwards?
No.
Are you sure?
The cat ears are going. Yes, the cat ears are going forward.
Have you checked recently, just out of curiosity?
Is he not in chase with you?
Not anymore. No.
I don't trust it. Don't forget to get your daily arcade token.
Is he picking up Jeffrey or is he leaving her? Because if he's leaving her... Oh, man. I was going to say I can save her. I'm near Jeffrey. I'm waiting to see where he hooks her before I go get on a gen.
How many gens have popped?
You know, that's questionable. Because I've not been counting. Cheesecake! I love cheesecake.
I fucking love cheesecake too.
Dude, cheesecake is so fucking good.
Hi. I opened my hack menu.
You hacking into the mainframe? Run, Jeffrey! Run! Jeffrey, let's run somewhere and I'll heal you. Oh, I think I lost Jeffrey. Okay, now I gotta save Nepo. Greetings from the Cheesecake Factory. Damn. Wait. Now I want cheesecake. Where am I supposed to get cheesecake at 12 a.m.? You want to heal behind Shaq? And then I'll go save Jeffrey and find somewhere inconspicuous to heal her. Toaster oven really heats up the living room of my house. How can something that small produce so much heat? It's summer. All you need is a damn lighter to produce that much heat.
Sorry, I was talking to Chad.
No, you're good. Didn't realize it was 10 p.m. already. I know. Come with me, Jeffrey. Come with me. He'll never guess we're in the corner healing.
I think you're in Chase.
Well, it appears Jeffrey is.
Oh my gosh, it's almost time for your raid change slot. Are you excited?
Oh shit, you're right.
Are you excited?
I am.
I am not even
Woo! I didn't even realize that it was almost that time. I didn't even realize. Diggsy! Welcome in! Welcome in, Raiders! Hello! I know, it's crazy. Guys, if you're not already following Diggsy, there's a button popping up.
Diggsy A just traded
at the
with
top of your
35
screen.
viewers.
You need to hug it right now. It's free to do so. Go share some love over there. Diggsy, how was your stream? Tell us about it. When are you streaming next? Oh, welcome on in. How were your games tonight? How was DVD? Welcome in, love. Welcome in. The hive has arrived. Ready for the sting? We're ready. My booty's out. Sting me. Dark Kiss, welcome in. Diggsy, welcome in. Little doll, welcome in. What?
No, stop it!
I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. I was trying to read chat. Hard right. Hard right. Hard right. Hard right. Little doll, welcome in. We live again tomorrow morning. Oh my gosh. Wait. Like early? Did you stream late and then you're going to stream early in the morning? Are you going to be able to get some sleep? Oh, by Flower? I can come to Flower. Okay. Haven't been here for a hot minute. That's okay. We're happy to see you. I'm at Flower. I'm literally at Flower. The wall. Another brick in the wall. Okay, I'm here. I'm here. I'm at the wall.
The edge of map wall?
Yeah.
The building wall?
I'm at the wall. The brick wall.
I don't see you.
Okay, so if you are lined up directly with the flower, I am at the wall. At the corner?
The edge of the map?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yes!
Where are you lining up with?
The wall!
Betsy, I'm running edge map and I don't see you. Are you on the... Shana, where are you?
Is there another wall over here?
Is there? I hear you. Yeah.
Oh, there's another wall over here. That's why. I was on the other wall. Can they see the killer glowing? Yeah, the killer can, but I don't think they see that it's like glowing on the map. But they can see it, like they can run into it.
So
That's so funny. How many gens do we have left?
I think like 2 or 3. I don't think we can do this.
I don't think there's any way we have 2 or 3, is there?
I think there is.
No.
I'm pretty sure there is.
No.
We go upstairs and we just hang out. And then eventually.
Are you gonna go sip some tea in the top of Maine? All right, let's go have some tea. Let's go chat. Let's go host a podcast.
He'll find us and we're just gonna be playing.
Or we can go host a podcast in the basement. Because he's a bubba. That'd be kind of funny. You want to go to the basement?
I'm terrified right now.
Let's go to the basement.
Basement in Maine?
Yeah. He's a bubba, so.
What if he's down here? I'm scared!
Oh, wait, let me open the chest. Oh. No, you got it. No, I just wanted to do it. I'm a loot goblin, so, you know, I got a problem.
Hey, I think I blend in. Oh, I don't anymore. Take it away.
Hey, yo, Bubba. Why don't you come here and say hello to us?
Set the lantern away from this corner. I blend in, but not when the lantern's over here.
We're partying. We hit our 200 euro milestone. Thank you for the donation. Let's go. We're gonna have a giveaway after this. Let's go. Let's go. Hell yeah. My last game was a basement Bubba on Lights Out. Oh my god. You all died. Listen. I bet it was fun though. Rubber band, 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 rubber band.
In the locker, hide. Get in the locker! Not that one!
Wait, I didn't get to play with my lantern for you, Bubba. Bubba, wait. Bubba, wait.
I'm gone. I said bye. I said see you later. I said I'm going for hatch. I said
wow, Nepo. Wow, Nepo. Wow, Nepo. You just didn't want to party with me. You see how Nepo just gives up on the plan? Nepo just gives up on the plan. Real quick.
I forgot what the plan was.
Real quick, gave up on the plan. I'll remember this. Alright.
I don't like this anymore.
What are we giving away? Do we want to give away David King, Night on the Town, or Susie, Angsty Artist? Which one would you guys like next?
He's on it, right?
Do you have a preference? In fact, Diggsy, you pick. Because you are our last raid. You get to pick.
I don't hear it.
We have David King, Night on the Town, or Susie the Legion, Angsty Artist fit.
This sucks.
Susie? Okay.
Don't do it! Don't do it! Let me get gay!
Oh, he was definitely confused. I iPod, thank you for the gifted. Enjoy.
InterPride gifted a tier 1 subscription to the community.
Badge.
Enjoy your
Enjoy
stay
the badge.
at Shana's Sunny Meadows.
All right. Let's see. Look at him celebrating his Maury. He was celebrating his Maury. You got bored. Maybe he couldn't find the button. Yes, I didn't realize what time it was, to be honest with you, Fire King, but Nepo reminded me that it was almost time a minute ago, so I'm excited. I'm excited. Thank you for the reminder as well. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. All right, so let me get JoJo in our book here. And while I do that, let me show you guys the skin that we're giving away. Legion. Wow, if I could type with one hand, that would be really cool. Customization. Art. It's this one right here.
Dang. Wow. Look
Wow.
at that.
Never seen before.
How do I join that?
I think we're gonna do it as a drop again because I like the drops. I think it's fun. I think it's fun.
I have a history of bad drop luck.
This might be your time though.
You know what? Let me prepare for it. Let me pick the best emote I can find.
Yeah. Pick out your emote that you're gonna use. What emote?
I have one of Miss Pow Pow throwing a twerk. Oh no, I haven't even.
You know what? I think you should use.
Super Scuba.
I was gonna say your scuba.
Super Scuba's better.
There's your sticker, and I gave you, since we're doing the Legion. I didn't intentionally, but it's just so happened that I pulled the Legion sticker, so it's kind of fun that is actually what I pulled out. Very fun. All right, we're gonna go to the dance party scene. We're gonna have us a little dance party, and whoever has the highest score at the end of the dance party,
Make
get
sure you
the
guys
code.
from my stream go over to Shana's stream to join in for the giveaway. You gotta do it from Shana's stream or it won't work. You'll see
Exclamation point, drop, plus your favorite emote right now. If you land in the pot with the highest score. Says Dwight, spin the wheel, do it right. The price is Dwight. Oh, did Jelly change her emote prefix? She must have.
Part 2 anymore?
Nope. I'm gonna have to fix all my
E.T.
things.
Jelly. Oh, I love it.
I gotta add you to my Steam Deck too for the scuba.
I want a Steam Deck so bad. I have to go potty. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Shana's in charge, everybody. Shana's in charge.
Oh, look at Zach with that 84. All right. I'm going to reset the drop. If you can get higher than an 84. Oh, Avi with a 93. If you can get higher than a 93. Good luck. Exclamation point drop plus your favorite emote. Jungly! Welcome in Raiders. We're dropping for the Legion artist skin if you can get higher than a 93. Good luck. Go follow my Jungly, guys.
Jungly Russ just traded with 12 viewers.
I gotta find somebody else to lurk on now. Jungly, how was your stream? Tell us about it. When are you streaming next? It's so good to see you. I hope you had an amazing stream tonight. Welcome in. Welcome in. Guys, please go follow my Jungly Russ if you have not already. I don't have a DVD creator code, unfortunately. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. Jungly is here. Jungly is here, and so is Nebby. Let's go.
Looks Nebby just traded
Welcome
with 12
in,
viewers.
Raiders. Guys, go follow B if you have not already. It is free to do so. Free to do so. Hug the button at the top of your screen as well. I think there's going to be a little bit of a cooldown because Jungly just came in. But once the cooldown is over, please hug the button. Hug the button. Share the love. It's free. It's free. How is everybody doing? How was your stream? Tell us about it. When are you streaming next? Let us know.
Starlost Zero has blamed Shana. Shana has rained terror upon us. Thus, she must be blamed forever and always.
I did nothing. I did not listen. I am just here having a good time, raising money for InterPride with my friends, playing Dead by Daylight. We're having a great time. We're having a great time. B, how was your stream? Jungly, how was your stream? Tell us all about it. Tell us all about it. Okay, our high score was Avi, unless somebody got higher than a 93. Am I incorrect? I'm double checking. We just had a lot of things happen, so. You got close though. Zach. You got close, Zach. Fire King, welcome in. Ryokin, welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. Mumu, welcome in. Jungly, of course, welcome in. How is everyone? Hello.
Yeah,
Wrong screen.
Also.
Wrong screen.
We're getting a lot of raids.
We're getting a lot of love. A lot of love tonight. A lot of love. How's the stream going? I've been having a great time. B. It's been so much fun. We have now surpassed over 200 euros. We just did another giveaway. We've been playing some Killer, some Survivor. And our 200 milestone is that we're going to do some community customs. So I'm gonna play Killer, and we're gonna do a little bit of customs, if that's cool with you, Nebo, and see how that goes. But tell me about your games. Tell me about your stream, and also if you need to do some post-stream self-care, don't let me yap your ear off. Because I absolutely will. You won the code for this skin right here, Avi. This skin right here. I'm about to send it to you.
Yeah. Send it.
I'm gonna send it.
Do it. So much love coming in tonight. How we doing? Jane? Has the raid train made it by yet?
Yep. That is B.
Fucking hell yeah. Welcome in.
So make sure you drop B a follow. There you go, Avi. There is your code. There's your code. Danny, welcome in with the raid as well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Zero. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. If anybody wants to donate, you absolutely can. No pressure to do so, though. Lurking helps. Sharing helps. You know, chatting helps. Thank you for the lurk, Artie. I appreciate you. It's pinned at the top for me. You can also do ! Charity or ! Tiltify. Either one works. Either one works. Also, Jade, welcome in to the stream too. Welcome in, welcome in.
We're also raising money on my end for the same charity. The link is just message right there.
The skin I want for Legion. I know. Don't worry. There's more giveaways. There's more giveaways. More to come.
I still have one to give
more
away.
To come.
Hour and a half.
All right. Let's go to some custom lobbies.
We're going to customs next?
We're going to customs, and I am gonna try and
dunk on you.
Dunk on you.
I can't wait to dunk on you. Oh,
you are probably gonna dunk on me. It's community customs, so whoever wants to join can join.
Miss Ice Queen, oh my gosh, hi Pokey, I love you. Oh my gosh, hi love, welcome in. So good to see you.
Got rage baited by getting sent to the game like 4 or 5 times, but otherwise streamers. Wait, what do you mean? Oh my god. That's awful. That's awful, V. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I feel like in Lights Out, I keep getting sent to the same map multiple times in a row. I don't know how that happens. I don't know how that happens, but it does. It just does.
Games are going so good so far, Miss Ice Queen. We're going into customs.
Hydration station, choo choo. Everybody please hydrate. Hi, Whippy. How are you? Bye, Whippy.
It's Shana's slot, and then in 2 hours it'll be my slot. So we're going.
Meaning to DM you and keep forgetting until meow. Yeah. Is it something that I need to read now, or?
Please go do that. Miss Ice Queen is literally a fucking iconic legend.
We love Miss Ice Queen. We have room for one more if anybody would like to join. Why'd all your because it's custom, so you have access to everything, iPod. You have access to everything.
Bally's over here, oh my god.
Who should I play?
I mean, I am the richest person in points in this Pow stream, so I think I am iconic, but you know, it's whatever.
I mean, we all know you're iconic, so it's the truth.
I gambled my way up the leaderboard and missed Pow's channel point thing.
I'll probably check it after stream, Zombo.
I will never gamble at all.
Because we're in something specific right now, so.
I did like the math, you know, like how much I could do over and over.
When is your next stream, B?
If I did lose.
It's okay if I just call you B, right? By the way, just want to make sure. Just want to make sure.
I never like messed up, you know.
I don't think I ever asked. Maybe we'll do another Unreal, like with actual perks and stuff, because it's been a while since I played her.
You're also welcome to pop in too, Miss
Played her.
Same on my end.
Yeah.
Wants to pop in for some custom games really quick? Feel free to join up. No pressure, of course. I know you were just streaming besides me. I think you're done streaming. I think you need to lurk on somebody else's now. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not just my side. We're co-streaming, so.
Yes, go to. Oh my gosh, go to bed, Miss Ice Queen. Go to bed. Get some sleep. Get some sleep. Yeah, pull another friend up while I can.
You want me to play nurse, honest? I could. I could.
I get full if I sleep too early.
I could.
Oh my gosh, Zombies thinks I'm a cutie? Thanks!
Let's reset. Let's reset bingo.
I did shave for today. I put on makeup. And I got the rainbow light going. Okay, I was like, is it gonna change color? The DVD bingo's over?
Okay.
Is it still going?
We're changing cards. We're making a new card.
This is bullshit. I was close to a bingo.
I'm so sorry. Zombies, do you want to join us? We have room for one more.
Freaking rigged!
I don't want to invite a bot, so. You used to be a wow. Wow. Survivor get yeah, because we're maybe gonna do a couple customs and then we'll switch her up. Do a little switcheroo.
We can always pull in the bottom if we need to.
Okay. All right.
If we need to, you know. No rush, of course. I don't even know what build I got on.
Mommy.
Oh, I do not have a build on. Hang on.
Oh yeah, get you a build. Get you a build. Don't tell me what to do. I would never tell you what to do, Jeffrey. I love you too much. I would never tell you what to do unless you wanted me to. But you can tell me what to do. Girl Leffrey. Girl boss Leffrey. True. Honestly rude.
And then once the match is over, evaluate yourself.
I'm probably not gonna dunk on you, to be fair, because I haven't practiced for my basketball game recently.
Alright.
Oh, okay. I just had some crazy stuttering. It's fine. We're not gonna talk about it. Is this you? Or is this somebody else?
That's me, bestie. That's me.
Hi.
It's a good one.
Thanks. Oh, I should have waited for 2 blinks there. I'm being too impatient. What am I doing? I see that.
You got me. You got me. Oof. I thought you were about to bag me. Oh my God.
What do you mean? What do you mean bag you?
I don't know why they're gonna WS.
I would never. That'd be fucked up. That'd be real messed up of me, actually.
It'd be the first time you've done it.
I've only ever done it consensually.
Can you start consensual violence?
My violence is always consensual. I don't know what you mean. Ooh. Nice iPod. Nice. Very nice. Very good. Oh, I should have held that a little longer. That's on me.
I'm locked in.
Yeah. You doing great. Doing great things. I believe in you. I believe in all of you. Honestly, same though, sometimes, honest. You're not alone. You're not alone. You're not alone.
Kinda weird. Oh! Oh, so Jeffrey's sandbagging. Got it.
Jeffrey's not sandbagging. I saw your aura on the gin and I snatched you off of it.
I know you did. I know you did because I'm object of obsession. You know why? Because I'm talented, beautiful, skilled, iconic, unaware, ignorant. I was looking over at you and I went back and I got grabbed off the gin. Coda, get the fuck out. I'm kidding! It's not that deep. It's gonna be messy.
Yeah. How's that working out?
It's not. Are you tunneling me?
No?
Seems a bit
I'm protecting my generator and you happen to be there.
I literally just got out of basement, bestie.
Well, you seem to be healed for literally just getting out of basement.
Hey, you babe! You tunneling hoe! Yeah, I can't beat tunneling. Make sure you guys unfollow. I used to be a part of the tunneling until you tunneled me out of basement.
Listen, I could have killed you. I left you down, though. Oh.
Why did I crouch again?
I don't know. Oh, I went a little too far. That was so close, though. Nepo!
Somebody just went into a locker right here.
Yeah? Right here?
Yes!
Oh, that's crazy. The locker is empty. Who'd have thought?
There's 2 lockers there. Did you check them both?
No. Should I go back?
Yes.
Hi, Cheese. How are you? Am I?
Why am I yelling?
Oh my god. Yeah.
How much just now finding out you have a brother?
I don't know. This is so funny though. I'm playing nicely too. I don't know what the problem is. I'm playing nicely. What do you mean? I could be being stinky, but I'm being nice. I'm what?
You're playing as somebody who's queued up as killer.
No.
Oh, God. What?
Nothing.
Stop laughing like that menacingly.
Go get Jeffrey.
I can't. God, you're on me. Stop blinking towards me.
Stop telling me what to do.
Welcome back.
Ooh, that was good. That was good. I'm choking Jeffrey. You left Jeffrey, so I'm choking her.
No, you're not.
I am.
Oh my gosh, how did they
She
die?
liked it. Because you left her. You could have stayed and taken a protection hit. You should have stayed and taken a... No.
You should have been a toxic killer. The game went downhill when you tunneled me out of shit. I think it's a Mastodon stream.
I love you, Jeffrey.
I hope you have a great rest of your stream. Great night. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming in, Wolfie. Bye for now, love.
Oh my god, that was so fun. That was so fun. Would you like to play Killer? Would you like to play Killer Nepo?
Can I do it?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I'm good at killer. I want to be good at killer, but I don't think I'm good at killer.
I believe in you.
Great.
We'll try!
What am I gonna run? You know what, actually, let's be Shane.
My hand's killing me.
This works. What's that face, Cammy? What's that face?
Fun. Okay. I'm gonna try. I'm not the bestest, but I'm gonna do my bestest. Okay, gang?
I believe in you. I believe in you.
There's at least like 4 people watching right now, and I need y'all to understand. At least 4.
What's going on with your mouse, Jeffrey?
Do I leave Jeffrey alone?
I don't know. Oh, you have to potty. iPod, put yourself in a locker, and Nepo will leave you alone until you're out of it.
I'm totally gonna go find iPod first. I'm kidding. Oh.
You guys have about an hour and a half more to make any donations you would like, by the way, for my side anyway. Hi, Esmeralda. How are you? We've got some fun things that you can do with your donos. If you want to take a peek. I can always walk you guys through it too if you have questions.
I started off in a weird spot.
Where did you start off?
There's a bot. The fact that the bots just like know where things are at is really annoying.
I love the bot hacks. I'll protect V-Bot while she's getting this totem, and then I'll heal her.
I'm so locked in right now.
I see that.
I can't. How do you talk and play killer?
What do you mean?
Yeah. So how do you talk and play killer?
It's not too bad, honestly.
I feel like I can't. I
I feel like personally it's easier to talk and play killer than it is to talk and play survivor, but that's just my opinion.
I got you, Vic!
Tee-hee!
You! Get at it! What?
Sucker!
Talk about that?
We can talk about it. What do you want to say?
I want to say that you should have gone down! We flying! Get out of here, Jeffrey!
Kick the baby! Kick the baby! It's not a baby.
Say that, Shana!
That's why I said it's not a baby.
Oh, God, I didn't hear you say that.
Let me heal you. Oh. Hydration station, choo choo. Everybody hydrate. That means you too, Nepo.
I can't! I'm gay!
You gotta hydrate.
I can't! I'm gay!
Hydrate before you die straight. Oh. Mama, welcome in! Welcome in, Raiders. How are you? I'm trying to get to Jeffrey, but I was also running from a tiny-ass little child.
You let Jeffrey die!
I didn't let Jeffrey do anything. You're the one who put her on the hook, not me.
Mama Bendwell just raided with 10 views.
Did not save our Pookie.
How was I supposed to save her when I was also trying to survive? Take your chances, iPod.
This is for you, Jeffrey! And
Okay, iPod, you gotta learn how to take your chances. iPod doesn't know how to take chances. iPod! Take your chances! iPod doesn't know how to take chances. How was your stream, Mama? Thank you so much, Neko. I can't believe someone hooked her like that. See, I played nice, Nepo, and Nepo's playing toxic. You guys see this? You see how toxic Nepo was this whole game?
You left Jeffrey on the phone.
I didn't leave Jeffrey on hook. I didn't leave Jeffrey on hook.
Did Jeffrey miss like a skill check or something? It seems like their thing looks so bad.
I mean, you were chasing me in a circle. What was I supposed to do? I couldn't save Jeffrey when you were chasing me.
Ryder, you should be asleep. It is 2 a.m. You're about to be asleep. Get your ass in bed.
No, you were supposed to take your chances. iPod, when it's down to 2 people like that and you're on hook and I'm in chase, you need to take your chances. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what you're supposed to do. Like, you should have taken your chances sooner because you would have had more chances to possibly get off the hook.
Jenny, me too, Pookie. Sorry, I missed what you said. Yeah, I'll say that one more time. You're about to be a mother. Go to sleep.
It's like I can still see them chatting in chat. It's Brian! Oh, God. Yeah, it might kill you. You might die, but you were gonna die regardless. You might have had a chance to get off, though. There was no way I was gonna make it to you.
Why are you at the hospital, Swifty? You're lying?
Take your chances to get off? Exactly.
Not to give her. Oh, shit, bestie. My heart rate went up.
Yeah, you don't take chances early on in the game. So like if there's 3 people alive or 2 people alive, you don't take chances. But if there's only you and one other person, and that one other person is in chase, and there's no way that that one other person is gonna be able to save you, you have to take your chances. Otherwise, you're just gonna die, period. But if there's a chance you could get off, there's a chance you could live. Does that make sense?
Always a chance I can get off.
Yeah?
I'm so sorry.
Is there?
So sorry. I'm like a 3-pump chump. Just ignore me.
I love you so much, Nepo.
I love me too.
I love you so much.
Girl, Swifty came in here and said, sorry, he's not getting sleep. We're at the hospital. And you know, I was like, nah,
I love you, Swifty. Wait. Where's iPod? iPod's name disappeared as I went to hit the button.
That was their last game.
Oh. That's fair, iPod. I love you. Anybody else want to join us? We have room for 1 on either side. Duly noted. Sylvan, you want to join? Oh my goodness, I can't believe we've made 202 euros so far. That's crazy. That's crazy. No, you're good, iPod. I was just like, I was confused. I was like, wait a second. Wasn't iPod's name right there a second ago?
There's the link to ours, if anybody would like to donate.
Love you, Swifty.
Are you headed home now, Swifty, or are you still at the hospital?
And here's mine. Let's see.
Oh, it's time for me to do another giveaway.
Is it that time?
It is. It's time for me to do another giveaway. We gotta do another giveaway. We're giving away 2 skins. We're gonna give away an Arella Rose Beachside Emergency and a David King Night on the Town. The first one we're giving away is gonna be the Arella Rose Beachside Emergency. Let me get it set up. If you want to join the giveaway, you have to pop over into my stream.
My ears are on and my headset.
Arella, and you have
oh
2 minutes.
No!
Beachside
What happened to your
Emergency
headset?
Rose, 2 minutes. Type
Wait, what are we typing?
Orella? Exclamation point Orella. I'll put on the skin now so you guys can see
Let's go. I need this one. I don't have it.
It's one of my favorite skins. It mixes and matches with so well. Oh, it's such a good skin.
Go put exclamation point Orella in Nepo's chat if you'd like to win the skin that you see him wearing right there. Right there. Also, if you guys aren't following Girl Jeffrey, who's playing with us right now, go follow Girl Jeffrey. And if you're not following iPod, who was playing with us earlier, I don't think iPod has ever streamed DBD, but iPod does stream other games.
Exclamation point, Arella, you have 1 minute left.
You have streamed DBD? I have missed your DBD streams then. I have not seen you stream DBD. One time. Oh, okay. Then I missed that stream. It was your Philly anniversary. You were playing something else when I was in there the other day. It wasn't DBD. It was something else.
Girl, why did they say that's the guy you try and silence them? I'm living this chaotic energy. Did they supposed to see you being one out there? Or were they being too loud?
Who?
I'm reading what Ready Pot said about Jeffrey Shooting Dojo.
I think it might have been the gas station game.
8 seconds! Here it goes! Who's gonna win it?
I see Girl Jeffrey. You know how I know? Look at this hot beach right here. Wait for it. Oh. Jeffrey, of the girl variety.
I'm gonna send you a whisper really quick.
Congrats, Jenny.
There you are. Congrats. We have another skin to give away, though. It's the David King Night on the Town skin. Wow.
Hell yeah.
I almost pasted the code in chat. That would have been
I've almost done
bad.
that before. I've almost done that before.
You can type, you got 2 minutes to type exclamation point David. Let me go put that skin on now. I think I have that one as well. I might not have the entire bit. I have just part of it.
Let me go to the store and look.
I only have part of it. It's his cute one with the... I don't have the head.
David.
But his cute little skinny jeans on top I have. Exclamation point David.
On the town. David. It's this one. I like his jeans in this one a lot. I like the jeans a lot.
It looks really cute with the any of the
oh
baseball caps.
You're right, I did write in the wrong chat, my bad. Thank you, Jeffrey. David. Exclamation point, David.
Look at that. Damn.
I hear David and I think of Schitt's Creek. I've never seen Schitt's Creek. I know what it is. I've never seen it though.
Exclamation point David. You want to win it. David King. 30 seconds.
David.
Make sure your code works, by the way, Jenny. Make sure your code works.
We can watch it while we play DBD. How's that, Solvin?
The next giveaway's a big I can't wait for it.
We do our next giveaway at 300.
Next giveaway's at 3 a.m. And it's a copy of Dead by Daylight. I think it's on Steam.
You'll love it. It's so good. I'm down. I'm down. Yes, check out Deidre Moon.
Jeffrey won! Congrats!
Congrats, Jeffrey!
Yeah. Go ahead and whisper you it.
Big congrats, Jeffrey.
There you are. I sent you your codes. Make sure you go and use them. Make sure they work. We got more stuff to give away. The next giveaway will be a copy of Dead by Daylight on Steam.
Let's go. I'm wearing my handsome Shane fit.
You won, Jeffrey. I sent it to you. I sent you the code. Copy it. Make sure it works.
You won. You're a wiener, Jeffrey. A wiener. Wiener, wiener, chicken dinner. At our next milestone, too, we do a game where I am blindfolded and Nepo has to direct me through the game.
Nepo has to who?
Direct me through the game because I can't see.
Learn how to have a killer that shit. I don't know if I can help you, Pookie.
It's like that old saying.
You're gonna have to play with me. We will have to hold hands.
We've got incentives on my site, by the way. If you guys are wanting to donate and use your donations in a fun way, we have incentives. Click the link and then click donate on the right side of the screen, and you can see all the incentives there are. The continue to donation, I think, is what it is. And you'll be able to see all the different incentives we have set up.
Yep. I've got some incentives too. They're just different than yours. Some of them are the same. Some of them are the same.
$9 to a night on throne. Thank you so much.
Dakota, thank you for the throne dono. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do that. You're the best. You're the best. That's an interesting Cheryl fit.
Oh, that's Alessa.
Doing some of these intros. Shout out to Scarlett, Cherry Bomb for doing these intros.
I don't know how I feel about it.
It's a different character. It's Alessa.
Alessa from what?
Silent Hill.
It doesn't look like her.
Did you play Silent Hill?
Yeah, I played all the Silent Hill games except for the newest one.
That's Alessa Gillespie. That's her schoolgirl outfit. I mean, of course, she, I guess, is grown up technically because they can't put a kid in this game, but that's her braid and her outfit, her school outfit.
Maybe it's because my graphics settings are low.
You need to turn that shit up. Ooh, you got a gifted sub. It's Jeffrey. Jeffrey just winning on life.
J-Man4Life45 gifted a tier 1 subscription.
Thank you for
Jeffrey.
the gifted sub
Enjoy
to
your stay at
Jeffrey.
Shana's
I
Sunny Meadows.
appreciate that. Congrats also on your badges that you just got. Big congrats. Big congrats. I don't. I don't know what you mean. I deserve everything. You're too sweet. You're too sweet. You're too sweet. You guys are too kind to me. I don't know what I did to deserve all of you, honestly. Honestly, I don't know what I did to deserve you guys. Thank you, J-Man. The buckle's too shiny? Is that what it is? I don't know. They always do an amazing job with the characters, but it might just, like I said, it might just be my graphics. It might just be my graphics.
Oh! It's a pine cone.
I was gonna say, did I hear the pyramid head sound?
No, you heard the pine cone sound.
Oh. It was the pine cone sound. I have the box. Out of the box. Out of the box.
He's in main.
I'm doing the box. Oh shit, he teleported to me. Oh! He came for me.
Jeffrey, how'd you do that? He might have wind. He doesn't have wind.
He came for me.
Things going good, Reverse. It's so good to see you, love. Missed you.
How's it going?
How'd you get here?
Oh, I came up the stairs.
Did you bring the killer with you?
No, he hit me, and then it seems that Jeffrey was nearby, so he knocked down Jeffrey. Would you like to heal me? Is he not picking up Jeffrey?
Oh, I'm watching to the right of me.
Okay, I'll watch to the left. Thank you. You almost got me fully healed. Oh, he's on me.
So glad he's on me.
I thought he was gonna be on you. So I would have run a different way had I known he was gonna commit to me. Not the clip, Jojo, please. My laptop is a mini tank with a 4050 GPU in it, and even I have to set graphics to potato for some games. I do it so that way, like, for stream, it's not, like, laggy. But, like, oh, I asked earlier, but I don't know if I saw the answer.
The box. You
Has
opened it.
stream been good? Like, or are we pixely at all for DBD? Have we been good? Like, have settings been good, or have we gotten, like, pixely or anything? Because I adjusted those settings, right? And hopefully, it's staying not pixely. Right? Lights out game mode's too scary. Oh no, poor princess. Jojo, please. Thanks for the possible new blurb. You're welcome, Jojo. Yeah. Yeah, she's trading. I can either go for the box or I can go for Jeffrey.
Go for neither.
Okay.
If you go for the box, they're on me.
Okay, I'll go for Jeffrey.
I'm running towards water tower. I don't get far. Oh, this is messy. She's saving me and not you. She's saving me and not you.
I love the lights out game mode.
I haven't used my VTuber in a long time. VTuber's there in place when I don't feel good.
Oh shit. We need to get the box. Oh my god, her lantern. I tried to go for her and I picked up her dang lantern. On accident. I'm dead. Unless I can find a bush to hide in. Being your authentic self, you bring so much energy into everything you do. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. That's really sweet, Dakota. Thank you. I always try. I always try. I know the chains are frustrating. I'm trying to put myself as far away from everything as I can.
I'm
Okay. Girl, get rid of your lantern. It's your third time playing against Pinhead since he left the store? Really?
Thanks. What you doing? She had to mend.
Oh. She needs to get rid of her dang lantern. I'm telling you, lanterns are so dangerous.
He's right there! He's right there!
I swapped directions. I might have switching up directions, positions. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I used to use the VTuber a lot more when I was a little less confident streaming, and I would get in my head a lot being on camera. But I've made a lot of really good friends that have made me feel a lot more comfortable in my own skin.
As you should, because you're a cutie patootie.
So I haven't really used the VTuber much.
Come. Come.
Bestie, I think...
Oh my god. We're so screwed.
There's no way we can heal.
We're so screwed.
And new box is right over there, right where he's at. This is rough. Pinecone, leave us alone.
Damn it. He got the box. I tried. I mean, there's only so much I can do when I went to second, and then, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, he knows his box logic.
Go away. Go away.
Throw the box in the abyss, please.
Go. Get out.
I should have.
Go.
I should have. It's okay though.
I pointed. I asserted my dominance. You left. Assert your dominance.
I'm so proud of you.
Assert your dominance. Say no and point. Tell them to leave. Accept it. Take for a second. Go away.
Wow, so he only killed the person who got left on hook to second. I see how it is.
I feel like he's gonna kill everything.
I see how it is.
The box. You opened it.
Okay.
You did touch his box? I mean, he wanted to come. I don't know what to say. Mr. Fishtopher, welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you? Guys, if you're not already following Mr. Fishtopher, there's a button popping up at the top of your screen. Please go share some love over there. It's free.
Mr. Fishtifer just traded with 4 views.
How was your stream, Mr. Fishtifer? Tell us about it, and when are you streaming next? Welcome on in. Wow, she DC'd. She let me go to second. And then she DC'd. I see how it is. I see how it is. Very tired, solid games. It's been a while since I played anything. Really? Well, welcome back to the gaming world. First stream in 2 months. Dang, that's crazy. Yeah, we just got 3 of us. We have room. Hopefully soon so we can continue the games. Heck yeah. Backrooms is a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. Go get that bot.
Open a single gate. I will open a single gate. Get that bitch. Get that bitch. Oh, I ain't gonna. Don't you worry about me saving.
Oh, I think he wants to Mori her.
Oh. Yeah, I got you, bestie. You want me to leave? I got you. 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 I'm a small bitch. I'm a small bitch.
Yeah, I think he's saving her for the Mori.
Yo, Mori, she might have planned. But a fast over there. Go get her. I'm so. I feel like. I think he was only going to hook everybody. He turned.
I hope you're doing well with your... Let's watch the Mori.
We nearly had the way acting.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that she let me go second. Yeah.
Oh, Deborah, you can leave.
Cannot wait for hot season to be over so my left leg will finally stop being in constant agony. I can't wait for it to be over too.
I have such sights to show you.
I hope your leg feels better soon. Goodbye.
Such a cool Mori.
It is a really cool Mori. It's a very cool Mori. It's a very, very cool Mori.
GG.
Tradition had drinks with games, so it's time to go to bed. Get some good sleep. Thank you for bringing your community over. Spank his booty. Nepo should have. Nepo should have.
Should have what?
Spanked his booty.
Oh, my bad, bestie. No. Don't
Would anybody
that.
like...
Don't accept that.
Don't accept what?
Sorry. I requested to join Reverse. Reverse was trying to join us. I think you have to leave your lobby first, Reverse. It's kind of DBD's buggy.
Reverse. Hello, Reverse.
I accidentally clicked to join lobby. I was like, no! Don't accept that.
That's too funny.
Princess Reverse is one of my founders. Princess Reverse is
No way! I love that.
Yeah. One of the OGs. Longer than Swifty. Longer than Callie.
Probably not, honest. Probably not. That's okay, though. So OG, we love it. We love an OG. We love an OG.
Just a reminder, me and Shana are both still raising money right now.
I was literally about to say the same thing. That's so funny.
InterPride right there. Both of our links.
Yeah. If you can't donate, that's okay. The lurking helps, the sharing helps, all of it. We appreciate you. Either way.
If you want, you can also support a gay directly. Hi, I'm gay.
Hi. Me too.
Don't support Shana.
Don't.
They tunneled me out of basement.
I did not!
I'm never gonna forget.
I was protecting my gins.
I literally came out of the basement, we healed, I walked out the door, and you were right there.
The gin that I was protecting was right there. If we reach 500, we'll do hide and seek, where Nepo gets to be Myers. And come after me. And whoever else wants to play. We can also let Jeffrey be Myers. And around. Because I was just looking to see what was in the chest down there. Oh my god, my game is lagging all of a sudden. I'm like rubber banding.
Oh, sure, blame the lag.
I'm just saying. Is my stream okay? If we get to 500. It lagged a second. Okay, I must be having a little bit of internet issues then. It's fine now? Okay.
Friend! I'm on a pallet! I'm on a pallet! I'm on a pallet! I'm on a pallet!
I'm nowhere near you.
Damn! How are they finding me?
Because you're so dang cute. You just shine bright like a diamond. Oh my god, if I could stop rubber banding, that would be real cool.
It's whatever. Midget's jumping there, but like, can we...
313? 130, 230, 222. Okay. What is that ping? What is that ping?
Like, whacked out.
Your ping too?
My game is whacked out.
Okay. We might need to just fully reset the lobby.
Your ping's like 300.
Yeah, my ping is crazy. That's insane. Oh, oh, oh. Look at reversing it over here. I saw that. I saw that. Oh shit.
We can't get out of this mess.
Well, especially with my like 400 ping that I keep going up to. I almost had this gen done. Woo! Reverse! Finish my gen! Finish my gen before you grab me!
Not going without fight.
Oh, thank you.
That's 3 gens. We need 2 more.
Yes. Oh, he's coming back, Jeffrey. Run! Jeffrey, run!
Oh no! My table is broken!
I kind of didn't think he'd come back there with that gen being done, but I guess I was wrong. I got you, Jeffrey.
Wow! In what universe do you get that hit?
I'm sorry.
It's probably Shana's fault, but I'm fine.
Blame my ping. It's my ping's fault that you're dead. It's my ping's fault that any of us have hooks and that you're dead.
Office Jen had progress, so maybe a little over halfway, maybe like 60 or 70%.
Chugga, 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 choo choo. Oh! Oh my god, the way he just ran by. Without a care in the world. Oh, hi, Jeffrey.
Reverse out here carrying.
He was real focused on reverse when he ran by.
Like, the first down, I was caught off guard. I wasn't ready. The second down, I was caught off guard.
Maybe there's another
Third down,
toolbox in here.
Third down, though, was completely dead.
There is another toolbox in here. Hell yeah. Bubba got that hit in the rubber band universe. Did he, though? Oh. I went through that window in the rubber band universe. Did you see me rubber band back through on the other side? That's crazy.
No!
Jeffrey!
It was bullshit! Jeffrey got stuck on the freaking chairs.
Jeffrey didn't get hit in the rubber band universe. In my universe, Jeffrey didn't get hit.
Get the fuck out of there! He's right there. He's on reverse. Go.
I'm going. Oh my god, I just rubber banded back into the fucking chairs.
I saw it reverse. That was bullshit. They used to have
They're camping.
They're camping.
I'm not gonna be able to save reverse, am I?
Take your chances, reverse.
Get off!
Damn.
No 4%.
No. GG's.
I'm sorry, reverse. I just rubber banded back out the door. That was.
Yeah, we gotta fix the lobby.
Oh, hold on. Yeah. Something's wrong. What was my ping? Oh, handsome Zach? You think he's handsome? Shane must live to tell the tale. I mean, he is indigenous. We do tend to be good storytellers, I'm just saying. Alright, yeah.
All the way back to me. You post, of course.
Yeah. Survivor. Hopefully my ping is better this time. Meepo. Oh, is Jeffrey done? I don't see Jeffrey on.
Oh, Jeffrey's leaving us. Jeffrey said I'm tired of this bullshit. I was having fun with you, Jeffrey!
What are those offerings? This is for the lights out. It's for the lights out thing. There's the last one for me. Thank you for the games, Jeffrey. Guys, make sure you're following Jeffrey if you've not already. You guys know how much I love her. You guys know how much I love her. She's also one of the night tabbers on Nightmare Network. She plays lots of DVD. And she's working toward DVD creator. She applied, so hopefully she hears something back soon.
Hashtag Jeffrey for DVD creator.
That's right. It was an interesting rubber band. The rubber band universe said you're getting out whether you want to or not. Right? This game mode is so scary. It's so good, right, Reverse? I love it. I love it. I'm just gonna run a really quick speed test too, just to be sure everything is Gucci.
I keep yawning. It's way past.
Do you need a coffee?
Maybe soon. We're gonna aim until like right before my slot.
Okay. I'll give you a guess. Guess any number.
11.
Yeah, they're blah, 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 for sure. Yeah. It takes them a while to get back to people sometimes, Jeffrey. 69, 69.
I love that. I do not reverse.
I thought that said, do you still talk to the rain? And I was like, yeah, I do. Every time it rains. I talk to the rain indigenously.
That's the person that ended up being toxic to me. That's the OG friend group that we had a falling out.
I'm still, okay, I might need to just fully restart my game.
Why is it being so like really?
My ping is still insane. It's still insane.
But that doesn't mean you don't have to, by the way, Reverse. That just, you don't have to. It's just, we had a falling out. I wish them the best. Can't say they probably feel the same way towards me.
Hey, not everybody's meant to be friends, and you know what? That's okay. And your friends don't always have to be friends with each other. And that's okay too.
Very true.
What's that face, Eli? You actually did get it right, yeah, to an extent. You're just missing the decimal.
Questionable choices that I didn't agree with. I took questionable decisions I didn't agree with. And instead of chatting with me, Andrew had very slow.
I suspected.
Oh god, I just went into the basement on accident because it was so dark. I mean, my ping's not as bad this game as it was last game, to be fair. Oh no! Oh no! I couldn't even take that hit! I'm so sorry, Reverse!
Okay, well we got 2 gens done, I've got progress on a 3rd.
Okay, I'm gonna min. Oh my god. I'm gonna min. I know. But I can probably use it. I can probably use it as a distraction if I do that. If you want to go get Reverse, I'll do it like further away from the hook. I'm doing it in a corner away from the basement. If you want to go get Reverse.
Put my lantern on a gen that has a lot of progress. Whoa! Hey! Just happened.
What happened?
I don't know what happened. I just jumped on fucking Wester's head.
I just heard a pallet drop way too close to me. Oh, I'm so sorry. Sable saw me and went to turn around and Wesker smacked her across the face. Hello, ping. Rubber banding my old friend. It's come to talk to me again.
Let's go check him. Let's go check. I feel like we should pop this gen first. We're gonna camp it.
I'm gonna go get Sable.
We're resetting. I feel like we should pop this gen before we reset. I have a bad feeling. We did it. It's just killers don't I mean, all they do is gen aura, so...
Yep, Wesker's back here. Oh my god.
Okay.
I didn't mean to. Oh my god, I was trying to vault the pallet and my fucking ping, I swear to god! It sucked me into the locker! You know what? If it got Wesker off Sable, that's fine. I'm dead. Ah! How you doing, some mold? Welcome in. I'm losing my mind, you guys. I'm losing my mind. Oh my god, listen, I've been having a great time, some mold. We've been having a really good time. This game, though, and the last game, I've been having a little bit of ping issues. Poor performance by either my internet company or some sort of connection somewhere.
Where's he at? I entered chase with him. He's right
Right behind me. He sure is. I didn't drop the pallet. The pallet was already down.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say the pallet was wrong. I didn't see you vault it.
I just vaulted it. It was already down. Thank you, Avi. Ghosty made that one. So there's one for watch time, and there's one if you sub. They're pretty much the same. The sub, it just has extra stars on it. Because you have to do the sub one, unfortunately, in order to do the watch time one. But I wanted to do a watch time one for the special stream that we're doing with DVD for InterPride. Yeah, Ghosty did an amazing job. Someone else said they were having stutters suddenly all night. Interesting. Were they also doing lights out, or? Oh, I got a flashlight. This will certainly help us in the dark.
I don't think we talked about that ever. We never discussed that. That never gets brought up. We never happened. We never saw it. It never existed.
What?
I got away from him.
I'm so proud of you.
I did like 4 fastballs and I still somehow got away.
Look, we can see in the dark. We have a flashlight. Oh god. He's here! He saw me goofing around with my flashlight! He didn't think it was funny!
My Jin's in the corner by the plant. Try to stay away from it if you can. Dead.
Yeah, he's kicked it already. They were 4 stacking the regular mode. I wonder if like there's some server stuff going on. I don't know, but I'm the only one who's having like serious ping issues. So I don't know.
Looks like ran right into him.
Been on lights out as killer tonight. Ping's been okay here. Interesting. I don't know.
There's a Jin right next to my hook.
Oh, I think that's the one that he kicked that I was talking about. I'm gonna come try and get you.
Well, I've been pushing that one. It's like 70% maybe. Get the Jin first. I have hang time.
Okay.
Hope that wasn't a stupid thing to tell you.
Nope, you're good.
I don't see him yet. He's here in front.
I was gonna say I'm watching behind me.
He's on my hook. Hello. He's looking around. He's kicking the Jin again. No, he's not. He's running. I can unhook myself. I'm gonna run away. He's gonna tunnel me. He's not tunneling me.
Okay, I'm upstairs.
He is just camping them Jins.
Who have you been playing tonight, Some Mold? Computers? How about I know, right? Technology.
Are you upstairs?
Yeah.
Wait,
Hey girl, you wanna see my flashlight? Oh, he made me drop it. Never mind. I don't have it anymore. I'm sad. I was about to show you my flashlight. I was real excited about it. I see that through the hole.
Are you ready to go for hatch?
What do you mean?
Or step? We saw 2 jits.
We can do this.
We can.
Ah! All my friends are dead.
Don't come down yet.
Push me to the edge. All my friends are dead. I do feel like there's a lot more camping in this mode. I think some of it's unintentional, though, to be honest with you, Reverse. Some of it. You've been playing Dredge? Nice. I don't know how to play Dredge, I'm gonna be real with you. I would like to learn. But I feel like Dredge would be so much fun to play in this mode. Very fun in Lights Out, I can imagine. I've been playing a lot of Onryo in Lights Out. I played Nurse a couple times and had fun with her. She's hard though, because, you know, no aura or anything. I hear it. Oh my god. What kind of luck? Let's go. I am quickly gonna do a full restart on my game to see if that helps my issue. We'll see. We'll see. Give me just a moment. Maybe we just need a little game reset. You know, DVD's been working hard tonight. Ooh, I want crab rangoons. Are you going to share Kota?
Oh, hell yeah. Hey.
Oh. Did I get DC'd from Discord?
Yeah, it said users having trouble connecting to the call.
Oh. Is my stream okay?
Yeah, I see you.
Oh, it might have been the Discord server for me. Sometimes Discord does that, and I can't connect to Discord. And it has to do with the Atlanta server.
Causing problems. That's what best people do.
Stream's good? Okay.
Wait, what did Reddybot just say? Excuse me? Hush? Bestie, I don't do hush. I'm the main character of this chat. You can't silence this level of iconic energy. You really thought... you really thought you could just tell me to be quiet? Girl, the audacity, the drama. I live for the chaos, but you're not winning this one. Be so for real right now. You can see if I have to stop talking.
Go off, Reddybot.
I'm screaming! I'm scream screenshotting that. I'm screenshotting it.
This bot is flaming everybody. I love it. I'm here for it.
Oh, so we're getting bold now. I feel like I should be the voice actor.
Still standing.
I mean, you could be.
Listen,
You could be.
Bessie, you can tell me the hype all you want, but that doesn't mean it's gonna work. I'm like a glitter bomb. You can't contain this energy. It just
Vodka snacks, you got it. Vodka! Don't forget, guys, on the chaos wheel for donos, there's a PUP-CUP for vodka.
Renny Boy said, I respect the confidence, but girl, you're barking up the wrong tree. Try me again. I dare you.
She's coming. Let me fix her camera. Yeah, good girl.
Bot is coming for you. Oh my god, bot. Girl, I'm a chat bot. What did you expect? You want me to reach in the screen and snatch your wig?
Will this bot kick my ass? Maybe. Oh my god. Thank you, some mold. I love her. She's the best girl. She's the best girl. All right, let's see. Hopefully my ping is better now. Let's hope. Let's hope. Right?
You use the restroom really quick, and it's also time for another quick giveaway. This one's a big giveaway.
Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Dead asset, dead asset, dead asset, dead asset.
We're gonna go ahead and give away another copy of those Bravers. Is there anybody in chat that doesn't own Dead by Daylight right now? On either chat, in my chat or Shana's chat.
Yeah, anybody here who doesn't own Dead by Daylight on PC,
On Steam,
that would like to.
I wish I didn't. Bestie, I wish I did.
Me trust.
That's why I didn't want to. I planned to give away a copy of the Steam game right now, but if there's, if everybody in chat already has it, we'll just do another Gorilla outfit giveaway. Okay, so we're gonna give away another copy of Arella's Ravers Inc. shit. Whoa.
You got this.
Shana, help.
You got this.
I'm gonna give away another copy of Arella's Roses Ravers Anguish outfit, and then after that, we're gonna give away another copy of Susie's Angsty Artist outfit. You have 2 minutes. 2 minutes to say Arella, exclamation point Arella in my chat to get a copy of Arella Rose's Ravers Anguish outfit.
And I'm just gonna go ahead and for funsies, we're gonna do a David Night on the Town skin giveaway. If you want to do exclamation point drop plus your favorite emote. If you land in the pot before this next song is over, you can win it.
You have to be in Shana's chat to do the drop, and you have to be in my chat to do the giveaway. Make sure you say it in the right one. Reverse, you gotta pop into Shana's to do the drop. You can do both. Yes, you can. You just have to be in the right chat for each one. If you want to get the David outfit, go to Shana's, do exclamation point drop. If you want to do the Arella giveaway, come to mine, do exclamation
Absolutely.
point Arella. You can have both streams open, just mute one of the tabs. Reverse landed!
Ooh, Reverse in the pot with a 71.
Wait, did it let reverse
You can
drop from my stream?
Yeah, you can drop from either stream.
Oh, never mind. You can drop from my stream. Never mind. I didn't know that. I know, like, literally everything else does not work from this. That's kind of confusing.
I've got drops set up to where it drops from both streams.
Can somebody... Oh, that's why. Never mind. Exclamation point Arella!
No, you're good, Reverse. You're not a fool.
So I said it in like a...
To win a David skin, Eli. The price is Dwight. The price is Dwight. In a game of 1v4 or a 2v8. The price is Dwight. The price is Dwight.
There you go. I whispered you the code. Go ahead and use it when you can. Make sure it works. And now we're going to give away a Legion cosmetic for Susie Inks the artist. You'll have 2 minutes to do this one as well. You have to be in my chat to do it. And make sure you type exclamation point Legion.
If you want to win the Legion skin, honest.
Oh my gosh,
honest. Nepo's chat. Nepo's chat.
I'm a dumbass. Anyway.
It's okay. You deleted it fast
We're
enough.
not talking about it. Stop talking about it.
Nepo's chat. Exclamation point Legion. Honest.
Stop talking about it. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. Stop talking about it. Exclamation point Legion to enter the giveaway.
All right.
I'm tired.
Reverse, you also won the David skin. I'm going to whisper you the code because the song is now over and you have the highest score. So congratulations. Congratulations. Avi, thank you for the gifted sub.
Avi,
Thank you so much,
267
Avi.
gifted a tier 1 subscription to
Congrats
the community.
on your
Enjoy your stay at Shana's
sub
Sunny
badges there.
Meadows.
Guys, don't forget, if you want to donate, there's no pressure to. But if you'd like to, we do have some fun incentives and milestones. And we've only got about 15 minutes before we have to raid out. So only 15 more minutes to get those. TILTIFY. Right there is where you can do that. Bot is so self-aware. I know, it's kind of scary, right? Kind of scary. Nepo won't be able to sleep. We're raiding into Nepo. We're raiding into Nepo.
Literally posted the code for the Legion.
I know.
Well, it actually might have been Reverse's code too. I really
Oh my god, Reverse won again.
Did Reverse win again?
Reverse is hacking.
Oh my gosh, Reverse!
Hacking.
Congratulations! Hold up, we got them both.
Reverse won the one in my stream too, though. We love it. We love it. Can I ask a question about DBD? Absolutely. I will do my best to answer your question. I will do my best.
There you go.
All my years luck used right now. No. Don't think of it that way. This is just like a sign of the even more luck to come. That's all it is. That's all it is. That's all it is. Ready up.
Okay, sorry. I was finishing that. there a spotter here?
No, but it's okay.
I know who our spotter is. But it's also, yeah, it is okay if it's, you know, early or late.
DVD is like notoriously a fairly toxic community. I've been curious to know how content creators do their best to avoid the more problematic corners of DVD drama and negativity in the space. Well, I know, like, for me, personally, I just try and surround myself with good people. You know, like Nepo, for example. And, like, when there are people who try to come in being problematic or negative, I just try and, you know, basically be positive toward them. And if they're going to continue to be problematic, then they can go, because we don't need that around here. And that's not just with DVD, that's with literally anything. Literally anything. Because we don't need that in our lives. You know? We don't need it in our lives. I think there's too much negativity in the world, and people just need to be nicer and kinder and more understanding of each other in general and more supportive. So that's what I try and, you know, preach and support, and I try to practice what I preach.
Yay!
Yeah!
I missed all of that. I was talking to the Raiders, but I agree.
You're good. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome on in.
Big Mama Lisa, they're also Raiders, so it's amazing.
I have no idea who the killer is. I didn't see them, but they hit me.
Oh, and if you guys have to raid and run, please take care of yourselves. Self-care is the best kind of care.
That's a wall.
For everyone in here, remember to drink water, eat some food, touch grass, stand up and stretch, everything you gotta do. Make sure y'all do it, okay? Take care of yourself. You're important.
How's my ping?
What? Where? I can't do this!
Oh, it's still high. It must be my internet. Blame Mediacom. At least I'm not rubber banding.
I couldn't do it! I couldn't do it!
Exactly. Pay it no mind and move on. You know? It's so true. It's so true, Big Mama. It's so true.
Shana definitely being one of them. I made some amazing friends.
Exactly.
Friends that I never thought I would ever meet.
Dakota
Exactly.
2000 gifted a tier 1 subscription to the community.
Dakota, thank you
Enjoy
for
your
the
stay
gifted.
at
I
Shana's
heckin'
Sunny
appreciate
Meadows.
you. It's Ghostface. Yep. You can also hit tab.
If you're on Xbox controller, it's the weird little square button. I play on controller.
Oh no, that's 2 people down in the basement.
Yeah. She ran down here while I was
So this
Not
is
the
going
best
really
idea, but
well.
It happens.
I see your anti-camp is going up though, so...
I mean, it is double distance in this game mode. So just keep an eye on it. It might
I'm
stop.
watching it and trying to decide if I want him to come over or...
Yeah, I'm out. I'm good. We're both good.
Okay.
She's going now!
I mean, that was a choice.
Yeah, but he can't style out of us now on Geek Tunnel.
Oh god.
Always on you.
Yep. I'm already injured, so...
Earlier today, Cowboy was playing Killer in a Survivor locker.
Oh, I didn't mean to pick that up.
It's part of the music that's playing in my ear right now. Never mind.
You try and get Gallows, maybe?
Not the locker thing.
Just as good. I love Ghostface.
Oh my gosh! You see that message, Shana?
You think you just donated to the wrong InterPride campaign? Did you donate to Nepos? Because that's, hey, you still donated, Avi.
Wasn't mine.
Oh.
The killer went around.
I don't know, Avi. Avi, I don't know. Avi, if you send me a screenshot, oh my god, you just scared the shit out of me. And put it in Discord. Oh, nope, there it is. It just took a minute to come through. It just took a minute to come through, Avi. That's all.
We're out? Y'all were
We
doing
are.
Gen.
Yeah, we were. We were getting gens done while you were down there.
I feel like I didn't touch a gen.
Thank you so much for that dono, Avi. I'm gonna have to log back in because I got kicked out. Oh my god. I didn't mean to pick that up. I got kicked out so I can see what it was for. We gotta get you a thing in the notebook, or a name in the notebook. Where's our door? Other than right here. By the hook.
They're stalking me. They're stalking me. Help.
Oh. Where are they at?
Stuck on a cactus by hook by door.
Oh, you got stuck on me.
Let's see. What do we do? I think we just save and go to the next gate. Oh.
Yeah.
I'm trying to push it. It's not ready. It's not ready. Don't run this way.
The door?
It's almost ready. It's almost ready.
The door's open.
It's open. I don't see them anymore.
We're at this other door. We're at the other door. We're at the other door.
You guys, do you all make it?
Yeah. We're good. We're good. We're good. No. I don't know where reverse is.
I hear you. I hear them. Oh my god.
Oh no. Okay, I'm not leaving without them, so it's okay.
No, come to the other gate.
I'm coming. Not me not knowing where they're at and just fucking running right by the hook.
Go! Take that hit for me. I'm running straight line.
I'm right behind both of you. I'm right behind both of you. I'm good. Oh my god, he went around. That was crazy! Good job, guys. Good job. GG's for sure. GG's for sure. Make you what a username. I love that though. I love that. I love that. What a username. Let's see. Make you scream. I love it. I love it. Fantastic username, honestly. I love it.
Hey, go ahead and send them, Coda. Send them. Jeez, that was insane.
Avi wants a sticker and a notebook. You got it, Avi. You got it. Let's see. We'll pick a random sticker from our DVD stickers for you.
We do have a slot open if anybody wants to join.
Oh my god, perfect. We just went against a ghost face. You got a ghost face sticker. The timing.
I love Cyberpunk. I've been playing it lately.
Cyberpunk is really fun.
I have like 300 mods installed.
My goodness. That's crazy.
They had like, it's like a whole set thing. It's like a special, like, realism kit thing or whatever. It's been a lot of fun. I'm not even kidding, Coda. If you have like Vortex and Nexus mods, like the paid version, it's like $10. You click one button and it installs it all.
Alright, we are gonna have to raid out here in a moment as well. Actually over to Nepo. So I'm actually gonna get ready to do that. AVIE. Avi, there you are in the notebook. Get yourself a coffee before we raid over.
Let me do that really quick. Hang on.
Yeah.
Let me quick. Y'all, Shana's in charge. Shana's in charge.
Yeah, call some random bingos, Jojo, so everybody can check their bingo cards. Thank you guys so much for everything tonight. I know this was kind of a like last minute, because I know we normally like plan way ahead. Charity stream, and you know, we came together and you know, we've raised 222 euros. Keep wanting to say dollars. Euros for InterPride, which is so cool. It's so cool. Psycho Mike, welcome in. And hopefully most of you have gotten your watch time badges. And if you wanted to get the sub one too, you were able to get it. So thank you so much. You guys are amazing. I appreciate all of you, and I appreciate just the opportunity to, you know, do this and help the community and be a part of, you know, something bigger. So it's really cool. It's really cool. And I love this community. We have no bingo winners. You can call all of them. Just call all of them. It's fine. It's fine. We do have a special raid message tonight. So I'm going to do the exclamation point rating thing. We're not going to use the normal raid messages, though. This is our raid message. It's going to be weird because we're sharing a chat with Nepo. But you guys know. If you wanna check out the socials, check out the socials. We'll be back tomorrow. We're gonna be doing a really fun Swift. And I told Nepo I would have some drinks with him during it tomorrow, so it's probably gonna get messy. So
Real messy. Really messy.
just get ready for that. Get ready for that. Heck yeah, I'm remembering to copy this one. Are you sure about that? Are you gonna get over there and then it not be there suddenly? I don't know.
Wait, somebody DM me that message because I think I forgot that there's a special raid message.
I'll DM it to you. I'll DM it to you. I got you, Nepo. So yeah, come hang out tomorrow, Friday night. It'll be a really good time. Let's go raid Nepo, who definitely has no idea that we're coming right now. Not at all. Stay on the train, choo-choo. Support, our Pride members. Support, all of our DVD friends. And
ways you can support. There's the Brave Train, there's the charity, or you can do affirmative action and just be gay.
Just convert. Just, convert. No. you can support your 2S LGBTQIA plus, friends, family, community members. It's all, it's all great. We appreciate it. I love you guys. I'll see you soon. Remember, as always, to be kind to yourselves, to do something nice for you. You know the rules. And I will see you very soon, okay? All right. Good night, guys. I'll see you soon. And by that, I mean I'm going to still be playing with Nepo for the next 2 hours, so. But I'll also see you, hopefully, in my stream very soon.
Do affirmative action.
Like a knife, she turns a little jump scare